Chapter 441. Just as Keyes was lost in his thoughts, Sneyd used the suture technique and connected the nine-headed demon dragon's vice head to the contract demon. It's a perfect fit. The steampunk Demolic meticulously checked for a long time before cautiously and proudly commenting on his handiwork. Then, he took out many large culture tanks that were filled with the Batsu devil's flesh that he had collected over the past few days. Most of the time, it was difficult for demons and demons to leave behind a complete corpse after death. Therefore, Sneyd had to accumulate them. In order to maintain the vitality of these materials, he also used the culture tank that he had used to cultivate the biomass mussels and soak them in it. People only realize that they have read too little when they encounter problems. I only realize that I don't have enough materials when I'm doing experiments. Due to the fact that Sneyd had done this job countless times, he was familiar with it and even had the mood to say a few witty words. He stretched out the arm of his mechanical artificial body and reached into the culture tank to pick and choose, looking for a broken limb that was similar to the contract demon's body size. Although in general, Namen Bingju's body had disappeared into foam and disappeared, and the soaked Batsu's body was sewn together. However, in terms of some details, it was not the original goods after all, and the muscles on the new and old limbs were still somewhat uneven. To the perfectionist Demolic, this kind of work obviously did not satisfy him, so he made some modifications. Similar to the method used to create the undead bodyguards and the muscle demon, Sneyd first took out a mixer that was powered by magic. Then, he poured some of the Batsu's flesh into it. He made the sharp blades spin quickly and minced the flesh into paste. Although demons have strong recovery abilities, the steampunk Demolic explained seriously while injecting the paste into the contract demon's body to fill up the uneven parts, they can't create something out of nothing. Conservation is one of the basic laws of the multiverse. As if to prove his words, Sneyd released the soul confinement on the contract demon after repairing Namen Bingju's body. He allowed the contract demon to naturally repair his new body and resurrect himself in a way that demons were not used to. During this process, the only thing the Demolic did was to check on the nine-headed demon dragon's vice head from time to time. He didn't want it to grow a complete brain. That wouldn't be creating a brand new Batsu. It was very likely that the already dead Dalamar would be reborn. After a short while, under the nourishment of the soul, the body that was filled with the aura of death gradually regained its vitality. The rusty red skin belonging to the contract demon increased little by little, dyeing the stitched limbs and the flesh paste that was used as filler red. On the other hand, the nine-headed demon dragon's vice head, which originally resembled a green dragon's head, seemed to be drunk. Large patches of red appeared on its cheeks. Due to the lack of a brain, this body did not possess any advanced behavioral abilities such as thinking and memory. It only had the instincts of a demon, with the characteristic of Batsu's soul and body as one. If this body did not have self-recognition, it should not have awakened on its own. Even if it had signs of life, it was still the original contract demon, the kind that didn't have a brain literal meaning. Seems like it failed. Looking at the gradually transforming body of the contract demon, Sneyd muttered in a low voice, "Clack, clack, clack, clack." This experiment of self-recognition and a new species gradually became a simple and meaningless process of resurrecting the contract demon. Due to the lack of a reference, the Demolic was not clear on which step went wrong, resulting in the failure to replicate the stitched demon created by the Anababa overlord. For some reason, Keyes, who had witnessed the entire process, seemed to have understood something. He took out the flask that contained the egg of the Leviathan spawn. Keyes had once successfully created a Leviathan. At that time, the young blue dragon, and it was the same now, did not have the ability to create a soul for himself. However, during the crucial step of cultivating the Leviathan, he fused part of his own flesh and blood into it, hoping that his adaptive ability would work. In the end, he did succeed. Furthermore, he created the Yazzie Beast, the ghost face fish airship, and many other brand new creatures. Furthermore, they seemed to have given birth to their own souls and possessed extraordinary intelligence. At the same time, they also possessed a relatively high level of self-recognition. In the past, I always felt that the adaptive ability was only used on the physical body. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's not that simple. This adaptive ability is most likely used on the soul as well, facilitating the awakening of self-recognition, and then creating a more inclusive soul. Thinking of this, Keyes took out a Leviathan spawn egg from the glass flask and flicked it towards the experiment table. Complete this fellow. Using his spiritual ability, the young blue dragon instilled his will into the egg. Replace its original existence. As the experiment had already been confirmed to have failed, Sneyd, who was in charge of the experiment, did not stop Keyes's whim. Instead, he observed the new changes brought about by the Leviathan spawn egg with great interest. When the round follicle neared the nine-headed demon dragon's vice head on the contract demon's shoulder, it turned into a pancake. Like applying a mask, the Leviathan spawn egg completely covered the other party's face and was rapidly absorbed. However, this was not really a mask, and it could not nourish the skin. In fact, the result was the opposite. After absorbing the Leviathan spawn egg, the vice head, which was similar to the green dragon's head, actually shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a deflating balloon. After shriveling to a certain extent, the head suddenly split open. Thick, sharp horns pierced through the obstruction and slowly grew out from the inside of the head. The head, which was similar to the original contract demon's, replaced the nine-headed demon dragon's vice head and was carried upright on its shoulder. The traces of the original stitches had now disappeared without a trace. It's a success. The Demolic, who had been paying close attention, saw through the gaze of the soul that there was actually a brand new soul in the body. In order to distinguish between creatures of the lower world, one could not judge a person by their appearance, but by their soul. A new soul meant that although the appearance and body were exactly the same as the contract demon's, this body was no longer Narman Bingju. This body had completed its self-awakening. Spell extreme, retarded touch. Seeing that this body had grown a brain, in order to not cause trouble, Sneyd did not hesitate to cast a spell to suppress its intelligence. The new Leviathan spawned crooked its finger, and a bundle of scrolls appeared around its body. After opening it, it blocked the Demolica's spell. Wait a moment. Chapter 442. Sneyd didn't seem to mind that the spell didn't work. As a powerful legendary Demolic, he could reap the life of his opponent at any time. Not to mention Keyes and the three Ogre brothers were also present. Dealing with a test subject that had gone out of control was just a little troublesome. Give me a reason. The Demolic glanced at the young blue dragon. Seeing him nod his head, he continued, "Growing a brain wasn't within the expectations of the experiment. I'm not the contract demon Menon Bingju. At most, I can only be considered a new type of Batsa devil, although you have all of the contract demon's power, as well as its memories and mental abilities." Keyes interrupted him. "But if it isn't, then it isn't. Among everyone here, as my creator, you should know this the best." Keyes admitted this point. He crossed his arms and nodded. The Leviathan spawn naturally couldn't hide any thoughts from him. During the experiment just now, in order to complete the contract demon's body and awaken its self-consciousness, the Leviathan spawn's egg had already invaded his limbs and bones. Even if the newly born soul was mixed with the souls of the contract demon and other demons, Keyes couldn't completely control its behavior like he did with the other Leviathan spawn, but he also couldn't lie to the young blue dragon, let alone have any thoughts of becoming his enemy. This was because the key to its self-awakening was the adaptive factor in Keys's flesh. After a creature awakened, it would inevitably have a self-fulfilling instinct. Naturally, from the Batsu's advancement to the adaptive factor S request, although this brand new Batsu devil was still selfish, he was paradoxically putting Kitha's interests first. How should I address you? In the face of Keys's seemingly casual question, the new Batsu looked as if his parents had died. He seemed to have gone through a fierce struggle in his mind. Then, he cautiously took out a scroll written with gold leaf and respectfully handed it to the young blue dragon. That scroll recorded his real name. Similar to spellcasters, lower world creatures all had their own true names, but the importance of a true name to the latter was far greater than the former. Not only that, although they were both creatures of the lower realms, their true names were far more effective in restraining devils than demons. Perhaps an abyss demon, whose true name had been grasped by others, would suddenly become hot-headed and place their hopes on the chaotic nature of the abyss in an attempt to break free from being manipulated by others. But once the devil's true name was known, there was no way they could resist. Malbolge, who created the suture demon, was a former Thane. The reason why she was completely annihilated in the paying the bill operation was because the other Thanes had done much worse than her. They had even planned many assassination attempts against the Master of Nine Hells, but they were not killed by the Master of Nessus. This was because the old Thane had something that was a threat to the Astamores. According to legend, she had a handbook that recorded the true names of all the Batsu Devil. Because of the strict nature of the Batsu Devil, their true names, which proved their existence, were much more important than other lower world creatures. Keys opened the gold leaf scroll that was handed to him. He saw densely packed words written in the infernal language. If he had to decipher the meaning, the words recorded all the parameters of the devil in front of him, including the source of all the flesh and blood that made up his body. In addition, there were no self-referential words in the Inferno language. Batsu thought that it was not objective, so they never used left or right in their language because that was for individuals. They only used coordinates to express their direction. They also did not use yesterday, today, and tomorrow because today was yesterday's tomorrow and also tomorrow's yesterday. They only used specific dates to express time. This led to the incomparably complicated text on the gold leaf scroll. It seemed that they could not finish reading it no matter how hard they tried. Keys had no choice but to use a word to refer to himself. Then I'll call you Naman. Hearing this name, Naman could not help but bow his head to express his respect. He also did not object to Keys's action of putting the gold leaf scroll into his pocket, except for the knowledgeable half-lich Snade. The others didn't realize the deeper meaning behind Naman's actions. After grasping Batsu's true name, Keys seemed to be able to pry into Naman's thoughts without using any magic. This was undoubtedly a step further than the previous time, when he could only roughly sense Naman's emotions through the Leviathan's egg. Keys was now very clear that after completing his self-awakening, Naman's mind was now filled with all kinds of plans for self-realization. Since you've inherited the contract magic ability, you have a glib tongue. You're most suitable to serve me as a spy or a liaison officer. After hearing Keys's appointment, although Naman's expression did not change, he was indeed very excited. He knew that he had a chance to show his skills. Currently, my new boom town is heading to the Broken Canyon. In order to stockpile more war resources, we're going to annex the other Batoan forces. Looking at Naman's burning eyes, Keys smiled. I need you to go to the other Batsu camps. I'll try my best to trick them into opening the door. Deceiving and bluffing are my specialty. Naman volunteered. Keys nodded as if he approved of Naman's work attitude, but he did not agree with Naman's own proposal. That will take a lot of time. It's not cost-effective to implement it. The young blue dragon took out a music box and put it in Naman's hand. You only need to enter the enemy camp as a contract magic and participate in the formulation of some harsh laws that affect the morale. Finally, don't forget to place this music box at the weakest place of the guards. Then you can return on your own. Your wish is my mission. Naman, who was surrounded by thick horns like a crown, bowed again to show that he would not fail his mission. Then, after only half an hourglass of preparation, the newly born Batsu devil packed his luggage, a few fallen scholars. They sat on a huge palanquin carried by a dozen barbed demons and left the new boom town. Naman modified the memories of everyone who traveled with him. Then, the Demolic Snade checked them several times and confirmed that they only remembered a false memory of Sin City being flattened by the demon worm. They would be the survivors of Sin City and seek refuge in the Batsu camp closest to the new boom town. Chapter 443. With the continuous outbreak of the tide of worms, several Batsu fortresses were wiped out in less than a day. Many Batsu commanders were worried and fearful. As former colleagues of the Batsu Expeditionary Army, they had planted their own spies in each other's armies. Therefore, the news of the fortresses being lost spread out almost immediately. Soon, it spread throughout the commander's social circles. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. These great demons were afraid that the next tide of worms would be their own camps. In the dictionary of lawful creatures like the demons, there was no such thing as luck. All the Batsu commanders were busy. Some were busy forming alliances, trying to form more alliances. Some were wantonly building defensive measures and sending out a large number of burning sentries. Therefore, when the barbed demons carrying the palanquin appeared a few dozen palesin away from a fortress, they encountered a group of soldiers. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into Sir Keaton's territory? If you take another step forward, you will be killed by me." The one who spoke was a patrol captain of chained demons. As his lips moved, the chains covering his face rattled. "I am Naman, Sir Keaton's friendly guest, the former legal consultant of Bloody Chain City, and the generous donor of high-quality chains." Naman lifted the curtains of the palanquin and revealed his rusty red, muscular body. He flew in the air and arrived in front of the chained demon captain. He was not empty-handed. Instead, he was holding a bunch of steel chains with sharp spikes in each of his hands. He even had a warm smile on his face. In the 9 prisons of Bader, bribery was the most effective method of communication. The chained demon captain who accepted the gift immediately became easy to talk to. Looking at Naman, who only had a gorgeous satin belt around his waist but had many scrolls hanging on his body, the chained demon captain even felt a sense of familiarity. To be honest, such an outfit was indeed similar to the customs and aesthetic habits of the chained demons. It was not the first time Naman had come to Bloody Chain City. As the secretary of the Batsu army, the contract demon had visited this place several times due to work. Many of the big shots behind the Batsu army were not particularly assured about the chained demons. Therefore, they always sent people to keep an eye on them. The reason for this was related to a secret. It was said that the chained demons were one of the original inhabitants of Bardo. They had existed for many years before the demons had established themselves in the 9 hells. When the Lord of the 9 hells led his army and successfully occupied Bator, a portion of the chained devils chose to submit and become members of the devil. The other chained devils chose to migrate. They moved from the 9 prisons of Bader to the Shadow Realm, where they began to thrive. As for the chained fiends and Batsu's chained fiends, they had always maintained contact with each other. They treated distant relatives as voice transmissions. It meant that through the Batsu's chain demon, they could obtain the latest information about the 9 prisons of Bader and its homeland. Up until now, The native chain demons that had taken the initiative to migrate had yet to do anything that harmed Batsu's interests. However, all the senior demons still remembered the past and never let down their guard against Batsu's chain demons. If there was a suitable reason or a suitable opportunity, the lords of Bardo would not mind completely eliminating this hidden danger. However, Bardo's laws did not allow them to sentence Batsu's chain fiends before they committed a crime. Moreover, the migrating chain devils had not been judged as enemies of the devils. The Batsu's chain fiends were not considered collusion with the devils. Therefore, the senior demons could only control the Batsu's chain fiends more and could not exterminate them once and for all. It was because of this that the contract demons who had worked as clerks in the Bardo Expeditionary Army would frequently visit Bloody Chain City to inspect the work. In fact, because they had to submit inspection reports every time Naaman's understanding of Bloody Chain City was even greater than his own walled city. Of course, in order to benefit from both sides, he still concealed some of the actions of the Chain Devil Commander Keaton. For example, Naaman had never written in the report that the Chain Devil Keaton was actually on a unique path of advancement. He had actually given up on the path of advancement as a devil and was attempting to evolve into a primitive chained fiend, a nefarious fiend. In order to achieve this goal, Keaton had continuously removed his own flesh and blood for thousands of years. He had used extreme methods to destroy himself to the point that he could no longer feel any pain or fear. Under the surface covered by chains, there were bandages made of blood, leather ropes, and thousands of razor-sharp metal shards embedded directly into the body. It was as if he relied on these terrifying objects to barely hold his body together. Of course, even so, his physical strength was still much higher than the strongest mortal. Keaton had claimed that destroying his body was just a special hobby of his, and this was not a rare hobby among the devils. However, such an excuse could not fool Naaman Bingju. The contract demons had once studied in the terrifying academy of the Ninth Hell, in a course called Common Devil Physiological Hygiene Knowledge. The contract demons had some understanding of the chained fiend's retrograde tendencies. Naaman knew that the chained fiend's self-harming behavior meant that their ideology was approaching the even more perverted nefarious fiends. The nefarious fiends believed that through this slow method of self-destruction, they could gradually erase the barrier between the body and the mind, allowing the pain of the body and the pleasure of the mind to eventually merge into one, creating a higher life form that was close to perfection. Destroying the body was only the first step, because no matter how careful they were, their limited physical body would eventually be exhausted. The second step would be to head to the material plane and search for powerful mortals that could catch their eye to use as parts for their evolution. Once they locked onto a target, the nefarious fiend would attempt to harvest the most perfect part of the mortal's body: healthy organs, clean blood vessels, sharp eyes. Targets with organs that caught the nefarious fiends, I would usually be captured alive and carefully studied how the perfect part worked. Finally, the nefarious fiend would carefully remove the organ and transplant it into his own body. Usually, these organs would be planted in very strange places. For example, the nimble tongue of a wandering bard that had been harvested by a nefarious fiend might be planted in his palm or near his heart, or the beautiful eyes of a certain queen might be sewn into the center of his torso. The purpose of this was not out of bad taste, but purely to make it easier for the nefarious fiend to destroy it. The professor of the Common Knowledge of Devil Physiology and Hygiene course for contracted fiends, a renowned pit fiend who was renowned for his erudition, gave the following evaluation of the nefarious fiend's path of evolution. Even if the theory behind their actions is correct, their method of constantly destroying their own bodies to achieve the perfect fusion of the body and the mind is destined to be a waste of time and effort. No matter how perfect the mortal materials they search for are, they are not truly perfect. They keep implanting these defective parts into their bodies, and the final result will be a huge mistake. Perhaps they will become stronger because of this, though I have my doubts. After all, even the overlords of the nefarious fiends are only at the level of us pit fiends, but they definitely won't become perfect. Furthermore, perfection has always been a relative concept, not an absolute. As we all know, the more powerful a creature is, the more perfect it is. If they were to choose materials for Batsu, I'm afraid that's not an appropriate analogy. To put it another way, if they were to choose materials for the Megalosaurus, I'm afraid only a few dragon gods could satisfy their definition of perfection. However, the nefarious fiends do not have the ability to obtain materials from the dragon gods. Due to their lack of strength, they can only limit the list of materials to mortals. However, mortals are not perfect compared to other races, and there are errors in the system as well. The professor spoke nonstop for an entire week in that course. The knowledge involved included mathematics, philosophy, logic, and many other subjects. Even with the wisdom of the contracted fiend, he could only understand half of it, but he still remembered one sentence. That's just the wishful thinking of the chained demons. It's just a trick of the losers who fled from Bardo and gave this place to us, the Bartsu, to deceive themselves. It's just that they don't have a choice, so their persistence is beyond cure. Chapter 444. There was no cure for the terminally ill-chained demon Commander Keaton. There was no need to save him. Therefore, Naaman decided to add fuel to the fire so that Keaton could reach the end of this perverted and time-wasting path as soon as possible. Similar to his efficient communication with the Sentinel captain, Naaman prepared a gift for Commander Keaton. He was sure that Commander Keaton would be very satisfied. When they entered Bloodchain City, they saw Batsu-chained demons with rusty red chains all over the city. They were now on high alert. Sigh, the tide of worms, as if he was reminded of the past. Naaman sighed. Those damned worms are huddled together, while the exemplary Batsu Expeditionary Army is scattered. Hearing Naaman's words, the captain of the chained demons had some understanding of the current situation. Therefore, he sighed as well. After passing through the suspension bridge made of chains and leather, the group of people entered the fortress of Bloodchain City and came to meet Commander Keaton. When they passed through the last iron gate, the chained demons who had been waiting for a long time had already lined up neatly and carried out the traditional welcoming ceremony. Asterisk clatter, asterisk iron chains surged out of every chained demon guards, adding a canopy made of steel for the guests who were walking. A loud and piercing announcement suddenly sounded. The sound was like a file grinding an iron pestle. It was enough to torture the eardrums of mortals. The dictator of Bloodchain City in the plain of Acid Fog Canyon, the captain of the 33rd Division of the Batsu Expeditionary Army, the pioneer knight of the Chain City in the plain of Minoros on the 3rd level of Batsu, Bienbo of the Black Swamp. Lord Keaton welcomes the visit of contract demon Naaman. The announcement officer read out a lengthy speech. If it were an ordinary mortal, they would have been confused by Keaton's various complicated titles. However, the few fallen scholars who followed Naaman were all knowledgeable people. They knew the rules of Batsu's nobility. Therefore, when they heard that a mere chained demon had given himself a high noble title, they could not help but sneer. "Are you mocking me? In my fortress!" Several chains made of fine steel suddenly fell from the dome of the castle, like spiders waiting for their prey. Keaton, who looked like a mummy wrapped in a steel shroud, instantly arrived in front of the chuckling fallen scholar. The animated chains tied the fallen scholars up like rice dumplings. The spikes on the chains pierced through their clothes and pierced into their skin. However, due to the presence of the contract demon, Keaton did not kill them for the time being, even though he tortured them cruelly. Brother Keaton, Naman greeted the chain demon commander cordially before continuing with a smile. You can do whatever you want with them. After all, they are all gifts for you. Gift. These people are the top scholars of a certain material plane. Not only do they possess knowledge that is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, they also possess the best calculation ability among mortals. Although their souls have been marked with the mark of the 9 hells, their brains are still valuable collectibles. Naman finished his long speech slowly, with a smile on his face. He stared at the chain demon Keaton with sparkling eyes. When the chain demon Keaton heard the word collectibles, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, when he thought that this was his territory, he laughed unscrupulously. I'm a chain demon, not one of those brain-eating mind flayers. Your gift is very sincere, Naman interrupted Keaton and said, these are perfect brains, at least among mortals. He is indeed sincere, the chain demon commander thought to himself. But he doesn't know why this contract demon dares to show his cards here. Does he really have nothing to fear? Or does he want to use this as leverage to make some unacceptable demands on me? Sensing the killing intent of their commander, the chain demon's canopy, which was woven with animated chains, gradually began to transform into a net. Like a snake, many chains came out from every corner of the fortress and surrounded Naman, and the others in the middle. Although he had accepted a bribe, the sentinel captain who led him into the fortress immediately made a choice. He took the initiative to prove his innocence. Like a whip, the animated chain on the sentinel captain launched a fierce attack and attacked the back of Naman's head. But in the end, it only pierced through the virtual image. Poof! The animated chain then slammed on the iron sheet-covered ground. Dark magic. Tempting gift. The 2 spells took effect in succession, but they were not cast by the hidden Naman, but by the gift he had given before. The 2 steel chains had been implanted into the sentinel captain's body, and Naman had previously engraved magic runes inside them. The darkness instantly shrouded the chain demon sentinel captain, making him panic. Thus, the second enchantment school's enchantment spell was cast. At this time, the chain demon had some tempting ideas. When he walked out of the range of the dark magic, his eyes were full of greed. He let out a harsh howl, turned his head and flew toward the chain demon commander. In his eyes, Keaton's steel chains were so tempting. That's a gift. That belongs to me. Seeing that his subordinates had been bewitched and attacked him, Keaton snorted in annoyance and swung his fist heavily. As he punched, the chains wrapped around his arms stacked together, forming an incomparably huge fist. Bang! Like a kite off the line, the chain demon sentinel captain, who was hit by Keaton, flew out at a speed faster than the pounce. Keaton was completely unharmed. The fine steel chains around his fists didn't even have the slightest scratch. However, the chains on the chained devil sentinel captain's body were completely broken, revealing its pale body that was already covered in bruises. Take this disgraceful guy away and lock him in the execution room for 2 days of punishment, Keaton ordered the other chained demon sentinels. When these guys heard the words execution room, they all trembled. At the same time, they were glad that this tragic experience did not fall on their heads. Contract demon, stop your tricks. You are also a commander. You should know what kind of situation we are facing now. To everyone's surprise, Keaton, who was furious just now, calmed down after ordering the punishment of his subordinates. But no one knew if this was a trick he played. After all, when facing an enemy, demons always like to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. However, something out of everyone's expectations happened again. Hearing Keaton's words, Namen really revealed himself. He stood beside the chained demon commander with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. The traditional welcome ceremony is over. You are right. Now is not the time for internal strife. Besides, I have never liked violence. Chapter 445. In the end, Keaton accepted Naaman's gift. The chained demon commander, who was trying to evolve into a nefarious demon, kept all the fallen sorcerers in his execution chamber. After dismissing his subordinates, the two former colleagues began a long negotiation in the meeting room of the chained demon fortress. It's getting more and more simple. Standing on the smooth floor covered with white iron and looking at Keaton, who was hanging on a chain from the ceiling, Naaman lamented insincerely. Keaton just turned his body and made a clanking sound of the chain. He did not even want to add a chair for the guest. This was one of the Batsu's old tricks. During negotiations, they would always spare no effort to use small tricks to create psychological pressure for their opponents. What are you doing in Bloody Chain City? If you're just here to give me a gift, then I'm sorry, my time. Whose time is not precious? Naaman retorted, but you're indeed busier than the other demons. After all, you're busy studying how to evolve into a nefarious demon while dealing with the coming tide of worms. It's hard to have enough time. Can your words be interpreted as a threat? Although it was a question, it expressed a certainty. The chained demon commander's face was covered by the chain, so no one could see his expression. Guessing the motives of words is one of Batsu's instincts. Naaman stretched out his index finger and shook it slightly, but students who can successfully graduate from the terrifying Nessus Academy have long abandoned this crude instinct. We have all received special training and are used to analyzing the motives behind motives. Seeing that Keaton was silent, Naaman shrugged helplessly. Threats are mostly for profit. Please forgive me for being presumptuous, but what do you think I can squeeze out of you? Is it the execution chamber in Bloody Chain City or the treasure cave in Minoros? Wake up, tyrant, squad leader, pioneer knight, Uncle Bien. Everything you have is not worth mentioning to me. If I wanted to gain benefits by harming you, I could have written down your ambitions in a written report. Although there probably wouldn't be any substantial rewards, at least you would be honored with contributions. Many little drops make a mickle, and you might even have a chance to advance. Using his verbal skills, Naaman ridiculed Keaton for a while before continuing. The reason why I'm here to look for you is simple in theory, but it's a little difficult in practice. I'm here to give you a suggestion. As he spoke, Naaman raised his hand, and a faint fluorescent light leaped out from his fingertips, drawing a map in the air like a painting brush. Sin City, which had been devoured by Traction City, was remarked. Judging from the distance, it wasn't too far away from Bloody Chain City. Our territories are as close as lips and teeth. Naaman gestured, and a few more demonic fortresses appeared on the fluorescent map, but they were all marked with crosses. These are the fortresses that were destroyed by the tide of worms. Take a closer look and link them together, and you'll see. Pausing, giving Keaton a moment to think, Naaman continued to explain. Our fortresses are also within the range of the attack. But your Sin City is closer to those fortresses that were destroyed. So why don't you go back and organize a defense? Seizing the opportunity to gain the upper hand, the chained demon commander Keaton immediately retorted. The animated chains on his body shot out and connected the fortresses that were destroyed on the map, and then tied a dead knot at the location of Naaman's Sin City. The tide of worms is closer to you. Naaman shrugged and said helplessly, in fact, my Sin City has been completely destroyed. It has been erased from the plane of Acid Fog Canyon. The meeting room was engraved with a magic circle to detect lies, but the chained demon commander did not receive any notification. Naaman was not lying. He was only stating part of the truth. Sin City had been digested by the city intestine, and his general flag had been taken away by Keys. Compared to the contract demon commander, who was deemed dead by Stim, the tide of worms was indeed closer to Keaton. Damn it, you escaped. Wait, you want me to be your shield? Keaton immediately flew into a rage. You cunning contract demon, I'm going to kill you. This is my fortress. I advise you to think twice. Men did not panic. First of all, I can escape the pursuit of the worm army. Do you think your fortress can kill me? Secondly, even if you kill me and take the general flag, the tide of worms' next target will be you. Whether I die or not, you will be attacked. But if I live, if I see that your bloody chain city cannot withstand the attack of the worm army, I will choose to escape again. Then the worm army will follow me, and your bloody chain city may be saved. Seeing Keaton slid down the chain to the ground, Men knew that his plan had worked. This is a lose-lose choice. Neither of us will gain anything from it. Of course, your loss will be greater than mine. As he spoke, Numan patted his loincloth, implying that he only had these things. A barefooted man was not afraid of a man with shoes. But Keaton would be damned if he believed him. So you mean that I have other options, such as accepting your suggestion? That's right. If you don't try that suggestion, you'll definitely suffer a great loss. But if you try it, not only will it at least reduce your losses, but it might also help you survive the worm tide and even become the ultimate overlord. What's the suggestion? Men thought to himself, the fish has taken the bait. But his face remained calm. Since you want to evolve into an evildoer, you must have some understanding of the ancient chained demons of Bader. But I don't know if you know the existence of chained demons that are more advanced than the evildoers. For example, Countess Finisher, Skin Seeker, Skull Accumulator, Pale Death. You are talking about the Lord of Noise, which is similar to the 9 great lords of Batsu, the highest level chained bearers. Perhaps it was because he was too excited, but when Keaton said those words, he actually sounded like an ordinary chain demon, making the sound of chains rubbing against each other. As an excellent cleric, I once studied in the library of the Academy in the deepest part of the 9 prisons of Bader for hundreds of years. It was an unforgettable experience. I know a way to let ordinary chained demons have a certain chance to evolve into the highest level Lord of Noise, and there is indeed a precedent for this method. The former Castellan of Sitar, the Duke of Chained Demons, Shrieking Sound, successfully evolved, but he eventually betrayed the 9 prisons and went to the Shadow Realm to hide until today. Chapter 446. With just a few words, Naaman had successfully captured Keaton's mind. Keaton even began to imagine his life after he evolved into the Lord of Noise. Whether it was the Batsu chained demons who had converted to demons, or the natives of Batsu who were exiled in the Shadow Realm, every chained demon hoped to have the opportunity to become the Lord of Noise. They would try their best to collect any information about the Lord of Noise. Keaton had also heard of the screamer that Naaman mentioned. It was said that he was a duke under Maman, the lord of the 3rd level of Batsu and the former administrator and dictator of the Chain City. It was a rather magnificent city. Countless chains pierced through the plains between the 3rd and 2nd level of Batsu, hanging the city above the bottomless Blackwater swamp. Many Batsu chained demons were born there and had lived there for a long time, including the chained demon commander Keaton. In the eyes of all Batsu, the Screamer was a demon with a great future because he was indeed trusted by Maman. However, no one knew when this chained demon had appeared in the eyes of the citizens of Hit. The chained demons had many speculations about this. The Screamer successfully evolved into the Lord of Noise and broke away from the inherent promotion sequence of the Batsu. Naaman explained a fact that only existed in the pile of old books to Keaton in a tone that did not contain any tone. He was punished by Maman and was greeted by the assassins every day. In the end, he had to escape to the Shadow Realm to survive. Don't drop the book bag. I know you have a PhD in the Covenant of Magic, but this is not the key, Keaton stammered, as if he was deliberately trying to find the right words. However, it was just as Naaman had expected. You want to ask about the way to become the Lord of Noise, right? There's no need to beat around the bush. I came to Bloody Chain City to let you accept a suggestion. And the content of this suggestion is to quickly implement the promotion of the Lord of Noise. The Screamer's method is very simple. When he ruled Hit, every year a group of loyal chained demons would be promoted. These chained demons would go directly to his palace to serve him, but in the end, they never left the palace. The chained demon duke used his own chain to connect the chains of all the chained demon servants. Through this method, the shrieking sound quickly assimilated the attendants into one. As the number of chained demons increased, his strength also increased. When Naaman was talking about this, the audience room lit up with 4 or 5 colors of light. At the same time, there were many more obscure magic fluctuations. Its function was not only to prevent prying, but also to verify the authenticity of words. Keaton knew that these spells could not be hidden from the contract demon, but this knowledge was so important that he had already used all kinds of methods to extract information. Even if he might have a falling out with the contract demon, the chain demon commander would not hesitate. Moreover, this was his fortress, so he naturally had nothing to fear. How did you know about this? And why did you reveal this method to me? Keaton asked, staring into Narman's eyes. Through the spell detection just now, the chain demon commander was surprised to find that the contract demon really wasn't lying, which made him even more suspicious. He could not wait to practice this method, so he immediately chose to go straight to the point and forced Narman to reveal his motive. I'm sorry. Even if you lack wisdom like the sides, I have to repeatedly explain the most basic principles to you. The belittling did not make Keaton angry, and because of this unique demon habit of speaking, he was even more convinced that the contract demon was telling the truth. But he still pretended to be angry, making himself look a little aggressive. Another provocation, contract demon. You have to understand that Keaton's patience is slowly running out in my fortress. You can try to evolve into the Lord of Noise. Immediately, Narman choked. As I said at the beginning, if you didn't gouge out your already smooth brain for the sake of evolving into a nefarious demon, it would be more in my interest to solve the crisis brought by the tide of worms as soon as possible. He continued to add, although you are not worthy of such an expensive secret, this is the abyss. I don't want to fall here, so I made an investment that is destined to lose money. Of course, losing money is 100 times better than losing everything. The spell to detect lies still did not work. Keaton did not think that Narman was lying. In fact, every sentence that Narman said was indeed telling the truth, but when pieced together, it was not the same as the original intention. Contract demons were born with a glib tongue, and every word they said was a perfect lie, and Narman had inherited this trick. Looking at the contract demon, who was much taller than him, Keaton said in a gloomy voice, although I don't agree with you, the crisis of the tide of worms is indeed imminent, and I do need to do something to increase my strength. But as the chain demon commander spoke, many chains suddenly sprang out from under Narman's feet, and the white iron floor was pierced like a piece of paper. The steel chains were densely covered with spikes, but they could not pierce the rusty red skin of the contract demon. They could only tie him up tightly like a dumpling. I need you as a hostage, as a guarantee for what you have just said. Seeing that Narman did not resist, Keaton added some magical protection measures to the chains. It seems that you are already prepared. This is good. It saves us a lot of trouble. He waved his hand, and the chains pulled Narman up to the ceiling, where there was a prison specially used to hold demons. After dealing with these matters, Keaton could not wait to summon his guards and began to try out the method of evolution that Narman had revealed to him. Not long after, 24 chained demon guards stood in the meeting room, waiting for their commander's command. Let go of all the chains on you. Through the influence of the General Flag and Commander Bader, the chained demon guards, although hesitant, still obeyed Keaton's command. Like agile snakes emerging from their lair, the animated chains on the chained demon guards rose and circled around their masters. Keaton nodded. Tens of thousands of instant chains surged out from his body, quickly and accurately connecting with the chains on each of the chained demon guards. In an instant, Keaton sensed all the thoughts of his men, and their thoughts quickly spread through the entangled chains. Assimilate. Due to brain overload, the veins on Keaton's head were bulging, but after a long period of self-torture, he had a great tolerance for pain, and he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Compared to him, the chained demon guards were in a much more miserable state. Because they were passively connected with the chained demon guards, their brains were also overloaded, but they were not as resilient as Keaton, and the chained demon guards began to tremble, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed to the ground. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. Thanks to Shoutang 246, Red Shroud, Sino Warrior, Ink Journey, Stargazing 1996, Super Fire-Breathing Dragon, The Most Supreme God 1, Ordivision Radiation, and Book Friend 201905291712262230 for the tips. Your support is the motivation for a new author. Chapter 447. The pain came quickly, but it faded even faster. The chained demons were foaming at the mouth. They did not even realize that they were dead before they fell into eternal slumber. Like a twisted man-eating vine, Keaton's steel chains followed the living chains that were entangled with it and grew crazily, piercing skulls, tearing flesh, crushing hearts. There were all sorts of methods, but they were all equally cruel and efficient. As if he wanted to replicate the torture he had suffered in order to evolve into a nefarious demon, Keaton cruelly completed the massacre. Because he was connected to the chained demons' minds, he could feel the extreme pain they felt before they died. The familiar pain was like waves crashing against a reef, continuously wandering in Keaton's mind. But this perverted chained demon, although it was in great pain, it could not help but let out a happy hum. Assimilation, this is assimilation. Every chained demon will become my power. This is the direction of the Lord's evolution. Originally, if a chained demon died, the chains on its body would quickly rust away, revealing the pale body inside. And without protection, the pale body would quickly melt away, turning into smelly bubbles or dust. However, the corpses of the infernal guards, who had been fatally linked, did not change at all. They were still in the same posture as they were when they were alive, standing motionless. The living chains on their bodies did not rust, but were completely connected to the steel chains on Keaton's body. The dead knots on the chains gradually disappeared. The pain completely dissipated, and Keaton could finally open his eyes. There was a sour smell in the air. The smooth white iron floor had been corroded by the demon's acidic body fluid, becoming bumpy. But for Keaton, who felt that he had found the path of the Lord's evolution, this was actually nothing. That contract demon might have been telling the truth. Just by connecting two chained demons, my strength has increased a lot. Keaton clenched his fists. His modified waist, connected only by a single vertebra, creaked and groaned. The chains that were originally tightly wrapped around the demonic chain guard had now extended to the demonic chain guard's body, thus revealing his true form. To be honest, he did not resemble the Batsu's chained demon at all. Because he wanted to evolve into a nefarious demon, Keaton had repeatedly tortured his body and made drastic changes to it. Right now, he was like a humanoid creature with crimson skin that was wrapped in a layer of metal fragments that were as sharp as blades. A pair of bare bone wings broke free from the bloody and filthy muscles on his shoulders and extended out of the gaps stubbornly. According to his previous plan, he had to find a suitable, perfect organ and destroy himself tens of thousands of times before he could successfully evolve. But at this moment, he no longer had his previous obsession, which chained demon would want to become an evil lurker when they had the chance to become the Lord of Noise. Reaching out his slender but powerful arms, Keaton clenched his fists and felt them. He was very satisfied with the increase in strength brought by this assimilation. Following his will, the assimilated chains pulled the corpses of the demon chain guards into Keaton's body. What was surprising was that even after stuffing in so many extra things, Keaton didn't look much different from before. With another thought, the chains on Keaton's body popped out and covered the entire floor of the audience room in an instant. The demonic chain guards that had been absorbed returned to their original positions. Their expressions were the same as when they were alive, and they were as lifelike as ever. With the chains connected, Keaton could easily control the dead lotus root guards. He was as skilled as a puppet master. The inexplicably excited commander immediately issued a new order to gather the other chained demon soldiers. But he didn't know that while he was excitedly assimilating his chained demon subordinates again and again, a music box with 8 sharp legs was hovering in the dark corner of the dome, like a giant spider on the ceiling of the fortress, watching all of his actions. Words speak louder than swords. Sitting on the flight deck of the Ghostface Fish, Keyes couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the letter written on the papyrus in his hand. The clockwork Megalosaurus, who was in the state of mechanical fusion, became the best spy. It sent back detailed information about the enemy's lair. Although it wasn't convenient for him to contact Naaman, Keyes had a general idea of his intentions. The commander of the chain demons in Bloody Chain City was deceived by Naaman's flowery words and slaughtered all the chain demons. As long as they could defeat Keaton, who had fallen into his own delusion, they could easily take over this fortress. And if they wanted to defeat the chain demons that were connected together, there was a plan that could be used as a reference in a famous novel in the young blue dragon's previous life that he was familiar with. It's better to use fire to attack, Keyes thought to himself. Although the chain demons are generally not afraid of fire, the effect of electric shocks is more or less the same. It was true that the chained demon commander named Keaton had strengthened himself through assimilation, but because of this, he had neglected the importance of being down to earth. Only quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. Perhaps Naaman's method was correct, but did he have all the resources that Shrieking Sound once had? Keaton, who was not even an evil lurker, did not have a legendary city like the 9 prisons of Bader, like Shrieking Sound. Even if he had assimilated all the chained demons in Bloody Chain City, how many chained demons could there be? 1,000? 2,000? 10,000? 20,000? The Shrieking Sound was a chained demon that could wrestle with the 9 lords of Bader. To evolve into such an existence, the number of chained demons that had to be sacrificed was at least 800,000. Bloody Chain City was not Hit City, so the number of chained demons was far from enough. Although the chained demon commander would become powerful after he had assimilated all the chained demons, he would become the target of public criticism. With the advantage of information, Keyes could naturally prepare the corresponding countermeasures. Besides, Quest possessed the bloodline of the Blue Dragon, so it was effortless for him to spit out lightning. With the help of the new generation of Erodes, the Dragonhead Warhammer hammer, which had turned into a universal tool, Keyes also made several large battery packs. After charging them with energy, he secretly transported them to the outskirts of Bloody Chain City on Ghostface Fish and buried them. And because the chained demon sentinels had been slaughtered and assimilated by the greedy commander, Keyes did not encounter any obstacles in setting up the trap. Chapter 448. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Clang, 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 clang. Hammer was hard-working and efficient. It grew 8 claws and ran freely on the ground of the acid fog canyon like a spider. The hammerhead changed its shape from time to time. Vices, hydraulic scissors, impact drills, pickaxes, forging hammers. Hammer had a long pair of twisted wires and turned into an engineering team. It dragged the wires and connected them to the various battery packs. This was originally Keys's job, but it took the initiative to do all the work as if to show its master that it was capable. There was no need for extra rewards or overtime pay. While Keys was using magic to communicate, Hammer sneaked off the ghost-faced fish like a conch girl. When the young blue dragon walked down from the airship and saw the work that was almost completed, his eyes lit up. Naturally, he was not stingy with his praise. You are indeed a capable hammerhead. Next time, if I find any good materials, I will use them to nourish your body. Hammer, who had not seen much of the world, was excited just by using a blank check. It was full of energy and completed the work at hand faster and better. At the same time, the chained demon commander in Bloody Chain City was also working overtime. Keaton was racing against time to assimilate the other chained demons. Naman, who had been captured earlier, was also taken out of the prison by Keaton as there was no longer a prison guard. He was locked up in the audience room. Oh, very efficient. Lord Keaton's actions are really admirable. Naman, who was chained up, complimented from the side. You changed your name. A wise choice, contract demon. Keaton, who was stubbornly fiddling with the last few chained demons in Bloody Chain City, waved his hand without turning his head, as if he did not care at all. The increase in power would bring about a change in the name. This was the Batsa demon's usual practice, so it was not unusual. Keaton thought to himself. To him, the most troublesome problem now was how to deal with Naman, the contract demon. Through the continuous assimilation of the other chained demons, he did feel that his power had increased significantly. In just a day, he had crossed the boundary of legend. However, this was still far from reaching the level of the Lord of Noise. Contract demon's method should be correct, but he must be holding back. After dealing with the last batch of chain devils, the meeting room was quiet. Only he and Na Men were left in the huge Bloody Chain City. You are of no use to me now. It sounded like a threat and a warning. Keaton turned around, and the chain demon corpses, strung up by the chains, did the same. Na Men was surrounded in the middle, as if he would be killed at any time, but he didn't panic at all. I'm afraid you've sensed it as well. After inheriting the mantle of the contract demon, Na Men spoke eloquently. Just a little bit more. Tell me all you know. I can swear to the sticks that I will never make things difficult for you again in the Acid Fog Canyon Plain. It wasn't Keaton who spoke. Instead, it was the chained demon corpse closest to Na Men that opened its mouth. This was a new ability he had mastered. As if he was frightened by the corpse's sudden speech, Na Men's rusty red skin was suddenly covered with scrolls as protection. It seems that you have learned a lot of new skills, but I don't know if you can use them in battle or if they are just for show. This has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with you. Na Men removed a chain from the side of his face and explained solemnly, in fact, if you want to imitate the Shrieker and become the Lord of Noise by assimilating the chain devils, you still lack a battle. He and the assassins hired by Grand Duke Maman fought fiercely in the fortress of the Chain City for 2 days before he stabilized his power. In the end, he escaped to the Shadow Realm to survive. Seeing that Keaton was silent, as if he was thinking about something, Na Men continued to add fuel to the fire. According to the description in the scrolls, the Shrieker was even more aggressive than before on the day of his final evolution. After careful analysis, the scholars of Batsu unanimously concluded that this was the aftereffect of assimilating the chained demons. Thousands of chained demons were connected to his body, and the accumulated resentment and anger exceeded a certain threshold. At the same time, it began to affect his mind. The Shrieker didn't escape and deal with the assassins instead. It's probably because he knew that this problem couldn't be delayed, and he used the assassins to kill two birds with one stone to deal with the aftereffects. Then who should I fight with? Could it be you? Keaton stared coldly at Men, who spoke with fervor and assurance, and spoke in an extremely disdainful tone. Contract demon, with your small arms and legs, I'm afraid you're no match for me. Although the standing Men was much taller than Keaton, and his muscles were more robust, he had assimilated all the other chained demons in Bloodchain City, and had almost completed his evolution. His strength was estimated to have surpassed most of the pit fiends. If I had the qualifications, I'm afraid you would have already done it. Because he had a card up his sleeve, Naaman was not in a hurry to speak. The other Batsu commanders have many soldiers and generals. With your current situation of being alone, I'm afraid your chances of winning are not high. So I can only be arranged by you to face the dangerous worms. Keaton retorted loudly. The empty audience room buzzed with the echoes, and the chains seemed to come alive as they danced and intertwined with each other. Men shrugged. I was able to escape from the tide of worms, so I think you should have some confidence in yourself. Do you think 36 assassins are easy to deal with? Powerful beings have struggled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Then you know when the tide of worms will come. I know where it will come from. Poisonous snake vines that were stained with moisture brushed past his legs. A chorus of toads could be heard from the swamps, welcoming the traveler's arrival. However, this was actually just a trick of the abyssal species. After being convinced by Men, Keaton retracted all the chains on his body and brought along the contract demon, who was still somewhat useful to him. If he could not defeat the tide of worms, he could still be used as bait. He rushed to the small hill outside Bloodchain City. Most of the worms travel through the cracks in the ground. They will often look for such terrain and dig out the soil to appear. The hill is convenient for them to form a more compact and three-dimensional formation. As they walked, Men explained to Keaton how to deal with the worms. The best choice is for you to spread out your formation and try your best to suppress the speed at which the worms gather into an army. Spread out your net, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 449. Keaton stood where he was, and the chains on his body came out in full force. The dense chain demon puppets covered the entire hillside. You better stay within my sight. He turned his head and looked at Naaman, who was standing behind him with his arms crossed. He seemed to be reminding and warning him at the same time. Naaman, who was about to say something, suddenly heard the rustling sound of the soil under his feet loosening. A smile appeared on his face. Keaton, who also noticed the abnormality, immediately controlled many chains to drill into the ground. He wanted to measure the weight of the worms first, but when he controlled the chains and touched the things that were squirming, his face showed a puzzled expression. What are these? A few chains drilled out of the soil. They didn't catch a single worm. Instead, they were entangled by some twisted metal wires. The twisted pair of wires that had been activated by the spell were like iron nematodes, twisting and entangling with more chains to form a bond. Before Naaman could answer, Keaton immediately sensed that the situation was not normal. He decisively made a move to gain the initiative. Anti-metal force field. Naaman, who was already prepared, rose into the air, his feet a few feet above the ground. He waved his hand and cast a defensive spell around himself. Under the effect of the spell, the thorny chains that were whipping towards him like agile snakes were all stuck to the force field. "You can't escape," Keaton roared loudly, following his words. Although the chains couldn't break through the anti-metal force field, for the time being, they stacked layer by layer around the force field. The spikes on the chains were blue. Not only were they poisoned, but they could also interfere with the use of many teleportation spells. So in Keaton's opinion, it wouldn't take long for the contract demon to be captured. But the truth was, I didn't want to escape at all. Numan secretly thought in his heart. He still had a smile on his face. The 9 prisons of Bader had existed for tens of millions of years. Although there weren't many scholars who studied physics, the huge population base and the almost infinite lifespan of the demons made the physics research in Bader far superior to most material planes. There were books that introduced the basics of physics everywhere. To be able to graduate from the terrifying Nessus Academy, the contract demon's knowledge could be said to be comprehensive and rich. He was also not unfamiliar with some knowledge of physics. Na men, who had inherited his legacy, also had this knowledge. Therefore, he knew the use of the Faraday cage. When Keaton began to peel off the twisted wires wrapped around the chains, the ground suddenly began to tremble, rumbling like 10,000 horses galloping. 2 of them formed a group. Groups of iron core cylinders with coils slowly rose from the ground, faintly surrounding the chained demon commander. Before Keaton could react, a numbness spread through his entire body. What little muscle tissue he had left started to twitch. Taste the power of 1,000,000 volts. At the top of the hill, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. Keyes looked at the trapped, chained demon commander and mocked loudly. Due to the increasing electric current and the increasing voltage, light purple electric arcs appeared out of thin air around the chains. Above Keaton and many of the chained demon puppets, a dazzling light began to appear. It was the St. Amor's fire that had been ignited. The high-voltage electric current burned the flesh. Not long after, green smoke rose from this lightning purgatory, emitting a nauseating burnt smell. Damn it! Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, from the electric current. Keaton struggled as he growled. Because he had tried to evolve into an evil demon, his flesh was much less than the average chain demon. Therefore, the damage from the electric current was slightly lighter. In addition, his tolerance for pain was very high. Keaton did not completely lose the will to resist. Even so, he had to make a decision immediately. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret it when his brain was burned to a crisp. Disintegration. Using what little strength he had left to suppress the twitching of his body, Keaton raised his head and let out a deafening roar. Bang! 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 It sounded like the sound of a ship's anchor breaking from being stretched too tight. Keaton released all the connections between his body and the chains. In an instant, he lost 70% of his strength. Many of the chained demon puppets collapsed on the spot because they were no longer bound. But this was not because he had given up on himself. As the trump card of this fake lord, the disintegration technique actually had a hidden killing intent. With the loss of control, the animated chains on Keaton's body that were originally docile all went crazy in an instant. They lashed, whipped, and even shot out. Half of the entire hill was forcefully shaved off. Some of the transformers that were too close to Keaton were smashed into pieces in this explosion and lost their function. Wrapped in the Faraday cage formed by the chains, Naaman, who should have been fine, also took a few hits. Many wounds that could only be caused by whipping appeared on his body. The only one who was not injured was Keyes. Because of his fast vision, he managed to dodge the area where the chains wreaked havoc. But Keaton's actions did indeed infuriate the young blue dragon. He was furious. Just accept your death. Why do you have to cause some destruction before you die? It took a lot of effort and patience to wrap the coils around those transformers. Seeing that Keaton wanted to use the teleportation technique to escape, Keyes immediately took out Hammer from his waist and threw it out without thinking. In the process of flying, the small hammer transformed into a ferocious dragon, Head Warhammer. It opened its mouth and viciously pounced on Keaton. Not only that, but a bunch of tough animated silver threads also ejected from the handle of the hammer. They shot to the ground and connected with the wires. Bang! Hammer viciously smashed into Keaton's head. The dragon head's teeth were embedded in his skull. Although the transformers on the hill were destroyed, the battery that provided the power was spared because it was buried deep underground. Hammer used the refined silver wire to draw out all the remaining energy from the battery pack through the wires and then spat it out. Blazing electric arcs flowed along the skull that was smashed by the dragon head warhammer and flowed down to Keaton's broken body. After the discharge ended, Keyes walked over. After confirming that the target was dead, he collected the general flag that belonged to Keaton. He picked up the dragon head warhammer and stroked the silver threads that were retracting from the handle. He could not help but sigh in amazement. Looks like calling you Mjolnir is more appropriate than hammer. But to become Maul, I still need to install a power bank. Chapter 450. Jensen followed Brock into a long room with low-hanging rafters. On one side of the room, a stone fireplace was burning, and the flames reflected on the oak floor. On the other side, a conspicuous window let in the heavy, smoke-filled skylight into the room. Sir Keyes, the paladin and the desert elf greeted in unison, and the young blue dragon responded with the same courtesy. After taking care of the chained demon commander, who was arrogant but had a fragile life, the New Boom town had successfully incorporated Bloody Chain City into the city intestine. They had obtained a lot of steel chains, most of which had been melted down to be reforged. The munitions factory now had enough raw materials for steel ingots. The hunting trip did not stop. The city had successively swallowed a few more Batsu fortresses and gathered a large number of Batsu troops. Due to their nature of order, the demons were relatively easy to manage, but the mortals from the other planes seemed to have some problems. Therefore, Keyes summoned Jensen and Brock to ask them what the problem was. They were in charge of the medical camp and the security of New Boom Town, and had the closest contact with the mortals. After listening to the young blue dragon's doubts, his two companions did not immediately answer, but seriously thought about their recent experience. They did find some abnormalities in the past few days, but it did not seem to be a crisis behind it, as Keyes said. I'm not sure if this phenomenon is good or bad. The paladin thought for a while and felt that thinking was not his strong suit, so he decided to let Keyes judge for himself. The medical camp, which is now the Knights of Holy Recovery, has seen a sharp decline in the number of patients treated recently, but many people have come forward on their own, wanting to convert to the creed of kindness and trying to join the Knights of Holy Recovery. Keyes was very sensitive to a certain word, and he asked, "You mean they did not join in the end?" The paladin Jensen nodded, and his hand shone with a soft light as if a light bulb was installed. Keyes and Brock, who were soaked in the light, reflected light red spots on their bodies, while Jensen's body was rippling with a green glow. Good and evil detection. It's a new ability that you'll automatically grasp after converting to the virtuous creed. Looking at the faint red light spots on his two companions, Jensen was relieved. Unless they are completely kind, most people will have a faint red light. Pure villains and scumbags will have a strong red light, he continued to explain. For the former, the Chongshan Creed will accept and understand. For the latter, it will support the punishment. Then, Jason revealed a suspicious look. But those who came to convert, although the results reflected by good and evil detection were acceptable, my instincts made me feel a deep sense of disgust toward them. Out of caution, I only gave them a few words of encouragement and gave them a volume with the creed of virtue printed on it. Then, I rejected their application to join the Knights of Sanctification. Well done. There's no harm in being careful. Keyes nodded. The so-called good and evil detection could not only be used by Saint Samurai, but also by some priests and mages who could use divine spells or spells with similar effects. Not only did the result have certain limitations, but it could also be interfered with or misjudged. And Jensen, who was favored by the power of virtue, had a more accurate intuition than this method. Brock, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something because of Jensen's speech. He said without hesitation, "In that case, there does seem to be something wrong. According to Mr. Jensen, the Knights of Sanctification that he is in charge of have not received many patients in recent days. However, according to the report from the City Security Office, there have been many small-scale fights in New Boom Town in recent days, and the results were much more tragic than usual. Every time the security office arrived at the scene, they found no survivors. In an underworld fortress like New Boom Town, it was not unusual for a fight to break out. However, excluding the naturally cruel abominations of Batsu, those who participated in the fight actually wanted to slaughter the other party. This was not in line with the interests of those fellows. It should be noted that New Boom Town already had sufficient supplies. Although it was still distributed according to wartime standards, at least it was not like when they served the Megalosaurus Legion, where they had to worry about starving to death every day. The reason why they had conflicts and resorted to violence was mostly because they wanted to expand their manpower. In New Boom Town, territory did not mean much. Every inch of this mobile city belonged to Keyes, who was the mayor, and no one dared to cause trouble. Only by having more manpower could they get more supplies. So even if they had a fight, they were not willing to kill too much. Moreover, although there were some good ones among the villains who came from the material plane, they were all closely monitored by Kitha's people. Their every move could not be hidden from the young blue dragon's eyes and ears. Without the participation of these people, most of the underground forces in New Boom Town were evenly matched, and it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. But according to Brock's report, some radical gangs had appeared in New Boom Town recently, and they were deliberately massacring other forces. Keyes would not believe that there was no hidden agenda behind it. Plus Jensen's experience, someone wanted to sneak into the Knights of Sanctification, which was the former medical camp, and this incident was so similar to the time when the hidden gang appeared. Keyes would not think that it was just a coincidence. After listening to each other's information, Brock and Jensen had the same opinion as the young blue dragon, and they both had a hunch that something would happen in New Boom Town. As the city swallowed more and more fortresses, Keyes and his companions were all busy. Snade the half-lich had to take care of part of the machinery of Traction City, and was busy inspecting the harvest of the city intestine. The three ogre brothers had been busy integrating the newly recruited Batsu into an army. The young blue dragon himself had to pilot the Ghostface fish, carrying Numun, who had the ability to contract magic, around to find the next target for Traction City to devour. Only Jensen, the paladin, and Brock, the desert elf, were left in New Boom Town. Due to the former's camp and ideology, he sometimes seemed naive. Although the latter had some experience, the experience he had learned in the Desert Elves tribe was still not enough to deal with those villains from all corners of the universe. Chapter 451. Keyes would never choose to avoid a hidden danger. Any delay or luck would eventually make the problem unmanageable. That was why he secretly rushed back to New Boom Town to solve the problem in person. At the same time, he also prepared for the worst. At most, I'll just rebuild it, Keyes thought as he patted the hammer on his waist. Even if I have to demolish this fortress, I can't leave behind any hidden dangers. After making up his mind, he began his plan. The mechanical clock on the wall of the Iron Nose Tavern was late as usual. The customers waiting for their drinks were full of resentment. However, when the boss staggered out with an oak barrel that was even taller than him, they still greeted him with cheers and greetings. At the same time, they smashed the tin cups in their hands on the rosewood bar counter, making loud clanking noises. "Good wine on sale. Pre-order now." The owner of the tavern was missing half of his nose. He asked the blacksmith to forge an iron nose for him to make up the number. Because of this, his voice always had a strange, muffled nasal sound. However, none of the customers here laughed at him. At least when they were selling drinks, they would maintain a certain level of respect for this goblin. That's right. Iron Nose Aronok was not only a goblin, but also a crisscrossed scar armor on his body. When he was in the material plane, Aronok once served a goblin warlord. He used flames and blades to leave scars on his body and hid his skin under these horny scars. Due to the Devil's contract, this elite warrior was forced to come to the front line of the bloody war and was naturally assigned to the Servant Army. With Aronok's not outstanding strength, he did not have a good life. Fortunately, he had a unique skill. When some gray dwarves who also wanted to open a tavern were at a loss due to the lack of materials, Aronok used the unique technology of the goblins of the earth to brew the goblin pre-war drink with the help of alcohol, food mud, and medicinal mushrooms. Although the smell of this alcoholic drink was a little bad, it could keep the drinker excited for 2 to 3 hourglasses. Moreover, the taste was indeed like strong liquor. Therefore, it attracted a group of customers who had unique tastes and loved to drink excessively, 20 green beans per cup. Aronok swung his sawtooth spade and smashed open the iron hoop of the oak barrel. He opened the lid of the barrel and scooped a cup for himself. He belched and announced loudly, "I'll be the first to drink. You can all drink without worry." This was the last step before the sale. Aronok personally tasted the drink to prove that his Earth Goblin pre-battle drink was not poisonous. In fact, this trick was very effective. Even the fans of this drink would occasionally be apprehensive because of its terrible smell. Along with the official start of the sale, Aronok used an iron ladle to distribute the drinks while pulling the money into the small bucket under the bar. Soon, more than half of the Earth Goblin's pre-battle drinks were sold out. The rest of the customers were waiting for more. In order to maintain order, Aronok had hired 3 bugbear guards. They held maces in their hands and stared at the customers in line with their bell-like eyes. Anyone who wanted to cut in line or do something that affected the order would be attacked by the bugbears and thrown out of the tavern. However, when a person walked in with large strides and stomped on the floor, the guards all looked away. Even if they saw him walk straight to the bar, they pretended not to see him. "Luba, this is not," Aronok frowned and looked at the war-creature evil customer who had pushed the others to the side. He instinctively threw away the ladle and picked up the sawtooth spade. "Okay, this is the last time." He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw Luba put the metal claw on the rosewood bar, he quickly changed his words. "The last time. Of course, he will say this every time." Luba was a wild boar man. He was different from other patients who suffered from beastification. He always liked to show his half-man, half-boar appearance to others and did not have any scruples when doing things. He wore a pig-nose mask on his head. It was the predecessor of the Servant Corps and the standard of the Mercenary Corps from other planes. It symbolized his seniority in a sense. At the same time, it matched Luba's racial characteristics very well, so he never took it off. This guy was at most 7 feet tall, but his waist was more than 8 feet. He looked very sturdy. He only wore a pair of shorts and plate armor on his chest and back. However, his fat belly was still exposed. In a battle, Luba lost his left arm. Like Aronok, He also found a blacksmith to make himself a prosthetic arm. However, unlike the decorative iron nose of the bugbears, his prosthetic arm was a steel claw with a chain hook. It was very powerful in combat. Moreover, it looked very fierce, which added a bit of fierceness to him. After hearing Aranaka's warning, Lu Ba was not afraid at all. Instead, he turned his head and winked at the customers who had cut in line, and I can guarantee that he will say the same thing again next time. Insatiable bastard. Aranak roared. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten who pays your salaries? With a roar, the scars on the bugbear's body twisted. They held the sawtooth spade in their hands and chopped at Lu Ba's head without hesitation. Asterisk ding. Asterisk the sawtooth spade, and the hook clashed, and sparks flew. The former was immediately hooked by the hook and nailed to the bar counter. Hearing their boss's angry rebuke and seeing that Lu Ba only had one hand left, the three bugbears immediately realized that this was an opportunity. They had a dispute with Lu Ba before, but the result of the fight was that there were originally 4 guards, but now there were only 3 left. The bugbears were very vengeful, but they did not have the chance before. Seeing that Lu Ba was restrained, their maces were thirsty for blood. Without hesitation, the 3 bugbears pounced on the work creatures from 3 sides. They swung the maces in their hands with all their might, creating a whistling sound. However, the fat boar man only snorted coldly through his pig-nose mask and pulled out his weapon at a speed that was not commensurate with his body size. A double-barreled gun appeared in Lu Ba's right hand. Asterisk bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 of the bugbears had large holes in their bodies. They were also sent flying by the huge impact. The remaining bugbear pounced in front of the boar man, but Lu Ba only raised the barrel of his gun to block the bugbear's maces. Then he used the ironclad gun handle to smash the bugbear's head. As if he had done something insignificant, Lu Ba blew on the gun's muzzle and opened the barrel with one hand to reload the double-barreled gun. He looked at the bugbears and said, "So what if I'm insatiable? I prefer to be insatiable. Do you have any objections?" The latter spent a lot of effort, but he still could not pull out his weapon from the bar counter. It was not only because he used too much strength, but also because he was ashamed. Aranaka's grayish-green face flushed red. Chapter 452. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Aranak gave up the idea of being stubborn. He loosened his grip on the sawtooth spatula and obediently admitted defeat. "Little gnome, I admire your courage to shrink back in the face of trouble. You really know your place. Ha ha ha." As Lu Ba spoke, he made a rude gesture, causing the drinkers who were still staring at him to burst into laughter. Being called a gnome, and even being given the modifier little, Aranak was furious. His face turned green and white. However, he still did not flare up. He knew very well that without the gnome bear guards, he was no match for this guy in front of him. After taunting the tavern owner, Lu Ba pushed open the door on the bar counter and squeezed in through the narrow passage. He nailed the hook into the oak barrel and lifted the remaining half of the barrel with one arm. Then he began to drink without a care. A big hole appeared on the boarman's pig nose mask. The half of the barrel of gnome pre-battle drink was poured down his throat. Lu Ba, who was still not satisfied, even chewed and swallowed the muddy residue left from the fermentation at the bottom of the barrel. The customers who did not get to buy the wine were angry, but in view of Lu Ba's skills, no one dared to provoke him now. When he was half full, Lu Ba patted his slightly bulging belly, threw away the empty oak barrel, and left with a big laugh. As for the green coins needed to drink the wine, he did not give any, and Gnome Aranak did not mention it either. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. Without the wine, the customers naturally dispersed. Among them, a gray-skinned, masked man asked a fellow passerby, "Where is that idiot from? Why is he so fierce? Isn't he afraid that the tavern owner will report him to the public security office?" The person who was asked was a shadow stealer. He looked at the skin color of the person who asked the question, then quickly turned his head and looked around. Perhaps he felt that the person who asked the question was somewhat similar to himself, who was born in the shadow realm. So he advised, "Be careful with your words. That guy is not to be trifled with." With just a few words, Desert Elf Brock, who was disguised as a drinker, got a lot of information. It turned out that the wild boar man named Road Bully was originally a street bully. Now, he was also one of the hired thugs of various street forces. He had always been a loner and did things without any scruples. Moreover, he had rashly clashed with various forces in New Boom Town more than once. For example, Luba once had a grudge with Song Mok, and he lost to the undead in a shooting competition. In the end, less than 2 days later, Song Mok and his subordinates were ambushed, and they weren't able to appear on the streets of New Prosperity Town again. Many people guessed that Luba might not be what he seemed on the surface. There should be a hidden and powerful force behind him. Otherwise, with Song Mok's skills, even if he was ambushed by the wild boars at close range, he wouldn't be completely wiped out. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. After all, everyone who had seen Lu Ba in action knew that although this fat guy had a lot of explosive power, he wasn't very fast. Don't make trouble for yourself. Glancing at Brock, the Shadow Razor reminded him to take care of himself before quickly leaving. Straightening the headscarf covering his ears, the desert elf looked at the Shadow Razor's back and said faintly, "Thank you for your advice." However, he still had to find trouble. As the person in charge of the public security of New Prosperity Town, he had an obligation in this regard. If he didn't find trouble, how could he quickly investigate the hidden force behind Luba? The young blue dragon was now waiting anxiously. Brock, who walked out of the Iron Nose, vaguely made a few gestures. A few of his subordinates, standing in the distance, understood, because he didn't want to attract attention. The ones who followed him out in the field this time weren't the bone demons, but some mortals from other planes who had just joined. A few Goliaths with grayish-white skin dotted with black protrusions immediately took action after receiving the order. There were also a few plainly dressed macaques who quickly climbed onto the roofs of the streets and chased in the direction Luba had left. The macaques were responsible for tracking the target. The Goliaths were responsible for blocking the front, and Brock was hiding in the dark, waiting for a sneak attack at any time. The desert elf boldly applied the guerrilla tactics of the tribe to the encirclement and suppression, and it didn't take long for it to produce results. A few macaques jumped up and down on the roofs. They followed Luba all the way to the vicinity of a small abandoned warehouse. This was originally a warehouse of the weapons workshop. As New Prosperity Town became Traction City, the weapons workshop moved to the core forging area below the city, so this small warehouse was abandoned. Like a building that had no other use for the time being, this place was occupied by gangs from various material planes. When Brock, who was stealthily moving in the dark, arrived, he found that more than one pair of eyes were looking at the macaques who were trying their best to hide on the roofs. There's no other way. We can only force our way in. Although this was the only way, as the person in charge of the public security of New Prosperity Town, Brock knew that when Traction City was built, Cheese had left behind a lot of monitoring methods. Any attempt to dig a secret passage or cast a spell in Traction City would be detected in time. Therefore, logically speaking, if the macaques did not notice Luba's departure, there was a high probability that he would not have left this warehouse. With the permission of their superior, The macaques continued to be vigilant, while a few tall and strong Goliaths acted as the main force of the attack. Although these stone people were not giants, they were still as tall as two normal humans. In order to make full use of their strength, they all held heavy two-handed weapons. Most of them held giant axes or long-handled war hammers. Two Goliaths held giant tower shields and supported their companions from the side. There was also a female Goliath who held a giant longbow as a long-range attacker. Without any hesitation, the strongest Goliath stepped out from the crowd and swung his long-handled warhammer at the door of the warehouse. As he was very confident in his strength, he did not attack the door lock. Instead, he chose to directly hit the hardwood door covered in leather. Thump, thump, thump. The leather absorbed some of the force, but after a few consecutive heavy blows, the door of the warehouse was still broken. With a muffled clang, the entire door fell into the warehouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent demolition obviously alarmed the fellows in the warehouse. As soon as the door was broken, several crossbow bolts pierced through the air and flew toward them. Fortunately, the Goliaths were prepared. Their companions with giant tower shields were one step ahead and blocked in front of the Goliath, who acted as the door breaker. The thick steel tower shields blocked all the green crossbow bolts. The female Goliath archer took the opportunity to draw her bow and shoot. The arrows, which were no different from spears used by ordinary people, hit their targets with astonishing accuracy. Screams of pain came from the warehouse. Chapter 453. To the surprise of the attacking Goliaths, the abandoned warehouse wasn't dark at all, but rather bright. The oil lamps hanging on the rafters and pillars were all lit up, and the mortal villains gathered inside didn't even think about hiding. What is this, an open show of force? Brock, who was hiding himself, heard someone speak beside him and immediately touched the handle of the curved sword at his waist. However, when he saw that it was Quess, he was relieved. He nodded and said, "It seems so. They are very arrogant." In addition to the young blue dragon, the sacred samurai Jensen had also arrived, and he also used Key's spell to hide himself. The problems of mortals should be solved by mortals. Whether it was Keyes, Jensen, or Brock, their choice was surprisingly consistent, and from a certain point of view, it was indeed a kind of team tacit understanding. At present, the demons and mortals in New Boom Town were mixed together. Sending the demon army to forcefully pacify this place was certainly more efficient, but it might create a rift between the two forces. Soon, Keyes would eventually enter the Broken Canyon, and if there was a confrontation and conflict between his subordinates, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Moreover, who was hiding behind this warehouse, and whether the other party only had this one stronghold was still undetermined. If the demon army was mobilized, it would instead clearly tell the other party that they had been targeted by Keyes of New Boom Town, and Brock's mortal subordinates had been ordered before they took action, and were not allowed to mention their official identities during the battle. Even if they attracted attention, they could use the old methods of gang vendetta and fighting over territory to cover up this matter, and it wouldn't affect the follow-up investigation too much. Having the best of both worlds. Why not? After explaining his considerations to his companions, Keyes bent his finger, and an illusory eyeball shot out from his fingertip. Through this eyeball, the scene in the abandoned warehouse was projected for Keyes and his two companions to see in real time. Your Excellency's magic has improved a lot. As a sound warlock, although Brock couldn't compare to monsters like the young blue dragon and the Demolic, he still had some eyesight. When he saw the lifelike projection, as well as the scene where Keyes could change the angle of view with a slight flick of the eyeball, he couldn't help but praise. Keyes didn't show excessive joy at his companion's praise, nor did he show hypocritical modesty. He just nodded slightly, and his eyes didn't move away from the projection. Whether it was the assault of Goliath's team or the decorations of the gang's stronghold inside the warehouse, they all deeply attracted his attention. The former was a pleasant surprise. Originally, Quest thought that other than the group of people he had been paying attention to, there wouldn't be too many experts in the original servant army. However, when he saw Goliath's tacit cooperation, his view was instantly overturned. The stone people cooperated well with each other, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. With just 6 or 7 individuals, they fought against more than 100 villains from various material planes. They even had a slight advantage due to the location, and seemed to have some strength to spare. Then, how many stone descendants, or how many similar elite squads, were there in the new boom town right now? Keyes had been commanding armies in battle ever since he first came to the lower plains. His thinking had more or less been subtly influenced, and he habitually ignored the elite teams built on the foundation of bonds, as well as the power they possessed. However, in the multiverse, large-scale battles between armies were far less frequent than the battles between such adventurer teams. The reason these adventurer teams couldn't stand out among the former servant legions wasn't because they lacked strength or experience, but mainly because they were too few in number, which made them unable to contend against large-scale gangs. If they were given a chance, such as in a dense environment like the warehouse where the enemy's advantage in numbers couldn't be fully utilized, these elite adventurer teams might not be weaker than those gangs that seemed to have many people but were actually loosely organized. I don't know the true face of Mount Lushan, but I'm fated to be in this mountain. Keyes seemed to have understood something, starting with the 3 ogre brothers, and finally creating the special Leviathan derivative. Wasn't he also slowly expanding the number of people in his small team? However, because his companions were now in charge and had become management, Keyes gradually neglected his initial idea when he first formed the team for the convenience of gang fights. Fortunately, after seeing the outstanding performance of Goliath's team, he finally realized his blind spot due to inertia. Otherwise, when he went to the Shattered Canyon in the near future, he would have let these forces be set aside and wasted. Apart from Goliath's team, the other gangs that were fighting against them also made Keyes feel a little surprised. It wasn't because of the strength they displayed, but because of their stronghold, or rather, the many decorations that appeared in the stronghold. Looking at their clothes and appearance, they are obviously rude people. How can there be such artistic taste in the nest? Fiddling with the image runes, Keyes remotely controlled the magic eye inside the warehouse, constantly wandering around the pillars, ceilings, and walls, which were full of paintings, tapestries, and reliefs. It didn't look like a gang's stronghold, but more like an art museum. Just when he was hesitating whether to go invisible and uncover these works of art to see if there were any contraband hidden behind them, Goliath's team, who was fighting, inadvertently helped him. Some unlucky guy, perhaps out of arrogance, actually wanted to sneak to the side of the rectangular tower shield and launch a sneak attack with a dagger. However, the archer at the back had sharp eyes. She noticed the shadow of the lurker illuminated by the oil lamp. Without thinking, she drew her bow and shot the guy who wanted to sneak attack through the heart. Because Goliath's strength was too great, the guy who seemed to be a rogue was almost sent flying. He took a few steps back, knocked down a statue, and tore off a tapestry. Sure enough, there is something hidden behind it. This is Keyes, who took the opportunity to control the magic eye and went forward to observe, could not help but open his mouth in shock. His 2 companions also saw the hidden things. Brock, the desert elf, was better off, but Jason frowned and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. There was a mud pit under the statue, and there was a small emblem of the dawn, Lord soaked in feces. Behind the tapestry was a shrine, and inside it was a doll that looked like an old ghost, but the name Chantia was engraved on the front of the statue. Chapter 454. Let those Goliaths loose. If it doesn't work, add more people in. It doesn't matter if they tear down this warehouse. Keyes said to Brock. He knew that his companion, who was in charge of the security of New Boomtown, must have restrained his subordinates before the war. However, when he saw the desecrated emblem and altar, he suddenly realized that he might be entangled by a troublesome force. God or not? Keyes pondered. It was difficult to confirm his guess with just 2 desecrated items. After receiving the order, the desert elf sheriff nodded, picked up an enchanted whistle hanging on his chest, and blew it hard. To ordinary people, the whistle sound was almost inaudible because it had been enchanted with a sound spell. But for some specific creatures, such as the bat people on duty in the security office, the sound was deafening. 2 short and 1 long. After identifying the content of the whistle, the bat person relayed the message through an internal line: 2nd and 3rd team, gather. Not long after, 2 teams that were as elite as Goliath's adventure team quickly gathered outside the warehouse. Among them, there was a team of gray dwarves driving the Qualishu device and a team of big orcs riding on wolves. These guys looked fierce and did not look like they were to be trifled with. Most of the villains in the nearby streets were frightened by them. However, it was convenient for Brock. After the small group of onlookers slipped away, he could finally appear in person to give orders. Boss, please give your orders. The leader of the orc team was a wolf rider. Judging from his broad body and the tattoo on his chest, he was most likely a war maniac. Seeing the desert elf appear, the orc immediately jumped down from his wolf and greeted first, "The Fezzik family awaits your orders." It turned out that the members of the orc team were all blood relatives. These creatures with chaotic natures could only be united by blood ties. The Qualishu device that looked like a big lobster opened its hatch with a bang, and 7 or 8 gray dwarves hurriedly ran out. Just now, the lever of the hatch suddenly broke, and they worked together to open the hatch, but the orcs were 1 step ahead. "Commander, the armor of the Qualishu device is thick enough. Kazmuk is willing to rush to the front line and take charge of the battle." Brock nodded. "The warehouse is the target. Goliath is one of us. As for the other gang members, leave none alive." Concise and comprehensive. Even the orcs could understand. Not to mention that the mission content was exactly what these violent people wanted. Fezzik's face showed a ferocious smile, while Kazmuk stroked the pickaxe with a sinister hook. "However, you must remember that this operation must be disguised as a gang conflict," Blatch reminded them one last time. "I understand, Commander. Don't worry." This time, it was the leader of the gray dwarves who took the lead. He even glanced proudly at Fezzik, who was showing off his fangs. Fezzik had no choice but to swallow his anger as the desert elves were present. He quickly added, "Fezzik always listens to orders." There was a slight noise. Brock used a sound spell to send a reminder to Goliath inside the warehouse. Then he waved his hand, indicating the 2 captains in front of him to immediately start moving. "Don't waste time. End this quickly." Goliath's team had already occupied the area near the warehouse's door. They were fighting with the gang members while advancing inside. Although the gray dwarves and orcs were not the kind of creatures that valued their allies, they actually did not care if they accidentally hurt their allies. But because of the presence of the desert elves, they still had to be careful, so they had to find another route of attack. "Qualishu device attack," Kazmuk announced loudly, and the other gray dwarves hurriedly ran into the steel lobster's cockpit, not even having time to close the hatch. The built-in fuel machine started, and the steel lobster's 2 large pincers began to spin rapidly, and the Qualishu device rushed out. The hatch that was not closed rubbed against the ground, and sparks flew along the way. The powerful force, and the drill broke through the warehouse's walls. The Qualishu device, only slowly came to a stop after breaking 2 or 3 pillars, and because some parts of the transmission device were broken, holding shields and short swords in their hands, the gray dwarves formed a dense tortoiseshell formation and rushed out of the hatch. The orcs, on the other hand, used a wild battle method that was completely different from the gray dwarves and Goliath's team. They rode their wolves and jumped into the warehouse through the big hole that the gray dwarves had broken through. Then they attacked everywhere, each fighting for themselves. If ordinary people did this, they might have been swarmed by the gang members torn from their mounts and chopped into minced meat. But these few orcs of the Fezzik family were all war maniacs with superb martial arts and were extremely experienced in fighting. They seemed to be charging and killing randomly, but they were never too far away from each other. Once someone was surrounded, there would be reinforcements immediately. In addition, the wolves under them had undergone strict training. Not only did they know when to advance and retreat, but they would also bite the enemy when they least expected it. So as soon as the orc team appeared, at least 1/3 of the gang members were quickly defeated, and the pressure on the other two teams was greatly reduced. Attack! This is a competition, and the laurels will always fall into the hands of the Goliaths. The Goliaths, who were passionate about sports, were obviously excited by the two new teams that had just joined. They desperately wanted to prove themselves. And the gray dwarf Kazmuk, who wanted to gain the favor of the new Boomtown's higher-ups so that he could climb to a higher position, naturally did not want to be left behind. He loudly scolded his companions. "You bunch of dregs! Why are you like soft-footed shrimps in the mud? You should be beaten like this." As he spoke, he used his small shield to knock away the enemy's short sword, and at the same time, he jumped up and used his steel-clamped miner's hat to break the enemy's chin. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it!" Kazmuk was angry as he swung the pickaxe in his hand and smashed the enemy's head, completely knocking him over. Looking at the chaotic battle, Luba, who was staying at the innermost part of the warehouse, changed his usual arrogance and showed some suspicion. Damn it, where did these guys come from? Using his limited memory, Luba tried to think for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how he had provoked these enemies. Still, he was confident in himself. Besides, these orcs in the warehouse weren't his subordinates, so he wouldn't feel bad even if they all died. "I don't know where those tiefling bastards went. It'll probably take me quite a bit of effort to deal with this problem by myself." Although Luba was furious, he still decided to join the battle when he saw that his gang members were about to be defeated. Chapter 455. "This is a good place, but unfortunately, I have to kill a few people," Luba roared. "Come to Daddy." Along with his neurotic words, the prosthetic arm on his left hand made a bang sound, and the steel claw shot out. Like an agile snake, the sharp edges of its claws flashed with light. It successfully grabbed its target from a strange angle. "Damn it!" A wolf rider from the Fezzik family yelled in shock. He didn't expect his claws to bounce back from the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. At the last moment, he adjusted the wolf rider's footsteps and let his mount take the hit for him. Fezzik jumped off the back of the mount wolf. Because he was in such a hurry, the shark tooth knife in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, the mount wolf that was grabbed by the front leg was dragged by the chain behind the claw toward Luba. "Stupid beastman dog," the wild boar man snorted and pulled the trigger with his left hand. The unlucky mount wolf's head was instantly blown apart. After doing this, he was still not satisfied. While there was still a bullet in the barrel, he raised the gun and shot at another target. Bang! This time, it was the gray dwarf who was hit. To be more precise, it was the leader of the gray dwarves, Kazmuk. Even though Kazmuk raised his shield to block, when Luba raised his gun and aimed, He was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Return fire! Return fire! The shield hit Kazmuk's face and broke his front teeth. He got up from the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. The other gray dwarves saw this and quickly stopped sneering. They pulled out the crossbows at their waists and fired bolts filled with impact oil. Unfortunately, their aiming skills were mediocre, and Lu Ba was standing a little far away. The explosive bolts only hit some of the gang members. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder mixed together. The bodies of the unlucky gang members were scattered everywhere. Lu Ba charged at the gray dwarves. "Daddy is coming for you." The wild boar man used the pig lunge technique and burst into speed in a short period of time. He rushed straight into the gray dwarves' battle. "Bullshit! You bearded dwarf! Hey, where are your hands touching?" A few of the gray dwarves who were standing in front of the road tyrant were knocked down one after another. They cursed and swore in all sorts of dirty gray dwarven language. But not long after, they didn't have the time to chat anymore. Like bowling balls, Lu Ba knocked down all the Durgars. Then he took out his butcher's knife. A sharp blade extended from the short gun in his hand. Although his height was average, his arms were long enough, and with the help of his hooked claws, the gray dwarves were soon all injured. Die! He used his claws to pull over a shield, and with the blade of his short gun, he opened up a hole in the head of the Durgar, who was hiding behind the shield. "Whose subordinates are you?" Lu Ba asked fiercely as he licked the white pulp on the tip of his knife. Until now, he still believed that the current conflict was due to the dirty tricks of those people he provoked according to his plan. After receiving Brock's order, the gray dwarfs naturally would not tell him the truth. Moreover, they did not think that they were powerless to fight back. Use the rolling knife tactic and attack his lower body. Kazmuk picked up his pickaxe and attacked Lu Ba for the second time. Not only that, but the beast man whose wolf companion had been killed by Lu Ba also picked up his weapon and sneaked over. This beast man from the Fezzik family was a berserker, but he was also willing to stab Lu Ba in the back for the sake of revenge. The beast man and the gray dwarves successfully restrained Lu Ba. The Goliaths who had been fighting the gang members head-on naturally did not want to fall behind. With the immense strength of the Stone Tribe, they were almost unstoppable with their two-handed weapons. They gradually pushed their way to the center of the warehouse. Bastards, where did those tieflings go? Where are the warlocks and mages? We need magic support. Lu Ba lost his patience after being entangled with the gray dwarves and a beast man for a long time. He used his hooked claws to pull over a small minion for questioning. He was just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. If even a small minion knew the whereabouts of that group of people, why would they go out of their way to form an alliance with him? And because Lu Ba was distracted while asking the question, Lu Ba didn't notice that a gray dwarf had rolled behind him and cut his ankle. Even though his Achilles tendon was protected by a layer of fat, every step Lu Ba took still hurt his heart, and his movements were affected. The rolling knife tactic worked. The gray dwarves all had sly smiles on their faces. They knew that Lu Ba wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to speed up the process, Kazmuk ordered all his subordinates to rush forward while he sneaked to the side and took out his crossbow. But when he pulled the bowstring, loaded the crossbow, and was about to pull the trigger, an inexplicable voice sounded in his ears. "That's not good. You like to attack from behind. That's usually what I do." The person who said this clearly didn't have a good grasp of the dwarven language. He stuttered and didn't sound imposing at all. However, Kazmuk instantly shuddered. His nose wouldn't deceive him. He smelled a strong smell of sulfur. The mercenaries here are related to some evil demons. Kazmuk instantly realized something and tried to roll forward to dodge. However, his speed was still a little too slow. A burning lampstaff made of gold ruthlessly pierced through his body. Kazmuk's armor didn't even protect him as he was pinned to the ground. His pained howls echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Kazmuk wasn't the only one who caused this. 7 tieflings with horns on their heads, chainmail, and arrow-tailed tails suddenly appeared simultaneously, including Kazmuk, 4 gray dwarves, 2 beastman wolf riders, and the bow-wielding female Goliath were all instantly killed. You bastards! With powerful reinforcements appearing, the somewhat tired Lu Ba directly collapsed to the ground. However, he couldn't stop complaining. However, the tieflings didn't seem to care at all. They all held the same golden lampstaff as they started fighting back against the invaders. Compared to ordinary adventuring parties, these tieflings were more like an army. They were the type that could both fight at close range and cast spells. The tieflings had strange weapons with sharp edges at the tips. Flames burned within the weapons. Plus, the tieflings could use high-level teleportation magic at any time. The remaining beastmen, Goliaths, and gray dwarves immediately fell into a bitter battle. Anyone who was hit by the tieflings' weapons would receive not only blunt damage, but would also be burned by scalding flames. And if the tieflings didn't dodge the fireballs that could appear at any time, then the unlucky tieflings that were hit by the spells would explode into pieces. However, just as everyone thought that this battle was about to end, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Chapter 456. I'll go and support those squads. The holy samurai Jensen volunteered. He had been unable to suppress his desire to fight when he saw the blasphemous scene in the warehouse. Keyes gradually confirmed his suspicions as he observed more and more broken altars and blasphemous statues in the warehouse due to the chaos. Those tieflings are the challengers of the gods, Sui Xiong instructed Jensen. Leave a few alive. I have some questions to ask them. Jensen tapped on his own breastplate as he received Sui Xiong's permission. He then walked towards the warehouse's entrance with determined steps. Currently, the Goliath adventurer team, the Phazak family beastmen, and the gray dwarf mercenaries were showing signs of defeat. They could only barely hold on. Meanwhile, the mercenaries' morale was greatly boosted by the tieflings' powerful support. They quickly turned the situation around. The few remaining Phazak beastmen managed to gather together with the Goliath beastmen thanks to their mounts' mobility. However, the gray dwarf mercenaries could only form a tortoiseshell formation to protect themselves because the Kwa Lishu device had taken them deep into the warehouse. The tiefling warlocks led the mercenaries in the warehouse as they surrounded the enemies and aimed their weapons and arrows at them. Who sent you here? The leader of the tieflings asked this question while holding a golden burning lamp staff. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone panic. One of the beastman wolf riders seemed to be unable to hold on due to the effects of the magic. He immediately opened his mouth and was about to answer. Shut up. Phazak swung his sword and viciously slashed his tribesman's head with the back of his sword. The fresh blood caused him to become much more alert. You've taken their money, so you're here to help. The beastman wolf rider pointed his sword at the tieflings. Your lives are worth a few calamity coins. Tieflings were creatures with devil bloodlines. They were far taller than ordinary mortals. They were as tall as the beastmen on their mounts. Apart from the Goliath beastmen, these tieflings were the most intimidating in the warehouse. The tiefling leader snorted coldly upon hearing Phazak's words. You think you can bribe us with calamity coins? It seems that you're nothing much after all. However, when he spoke, he didn't notice that the road bully, who was also bought over by him with calamity coins, had a sneer on his face. After I squeeze all of your calamity coins dry, the boar man sat on the ground in an ungraceful manner and thought to himself, I'll definitely give you a big present. When Lu Ba saw the tieflings raise their lampposts, he knew that he no longer needed to attack. He touched the talisman hanging around his neck. Previously, Tsang Mok had died at the hands of Lu Ba. He had found this treasure from his body and had even paid someone to appraise it. The result of the appraisal was that this talisman was actually a detonator. It could be used to detonate the alchemy bomb in Tsang Mok's lair at any time. Lu Ba couldn't help but feel uneasy about cooperating with the tieflings. Some of the tieflings' requests were quite confusing. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he secretly buried Tsang Mok's alchemy bomb in this warehouse in case of an emergency. However, he didn't really want to use it. At the very least, he didn't want to use it until he obtained enough calamity coins from the tieflings. But if the situation was urgent, such as today's situation, Lu Ba would want to detonate the bomb to create chaos and escape. I don't need it for now. Lu Ba put away his talisman and looked back at the tieflings who were currently attacking the enemy. Even if most people didn't want to admit it, half-blooded infernal life forms did indeed possess power that ordinary people couldn't hope to match. The tiefling warlocks waved their lampposts around like barbarians. They fought against the Goliaths with only their physical strength. The weapons in their hands were all made of gold, and they were enchanted with magic effects such as fortify. Although the male Goliaths weren't any weaker than the tieflings, the quality of their weapons was far inferior. As they fought, the long-handled warhammers and axes in the hands of the Goliath warriors began to show signs of breaking and curling. If it weren't for their shield-wielding companions and the Phazak family's orc wolf riders, they would have been killed by the tieflings long ago. Darkness magic, the orc wolf riders, and several Goliaths gathered together, and the sly tiefling warlocks decisively cast a spell. These half-blooded infernal life forms had inherited the lower world's bloodline magic abilities. They were highly skilled in certain types of magic. Suddenly, they couldn't even see their own fingers. Even though the orc and Goliath both had dim vision, their minds were still dazed for a moment. Of course, the tiefling warlocks still had backup plans. They surrounded the enemy and shot missiles or fireballs into the darkness barrier. Explosions were expected, but surprisingly, the beastmen and Goliaths didn't howl in pain at all. A light that wasn't dazzling yet was incredibly firm suddenly flashed through the darkness barrier, piercing through the darkness created by the tiefling spells. Jensen held his forged steel horse-slaying sword in front of his chest. This weapon glowed faintly and formed a tough barrier around him. This barrier was created by a Saint Samurai's firm will and blocked all the spells. Chongshan, evil slash. Jensen's sharp greatsword slashed down with the force of a falling mountain towards a tiefling's head. This evil creature raised his burning lampstaff to block, but it was still ineffective. The enchanted burning lampstaff made of gold was sliced in half. The tiefling that was directly facing the Saint Samurai was also sliced in half and collapsed to the ground. Jensen waved his greatsword and sent light green blood and broken intestines flying everywhere, splattering the tiefling warlocks closest to him. It's those damned god slaves. The appearance of the Saint Samurai caused the tieflings to be astonished, but the tieflings instantly became furious when they heard someone shout this. As members of the Gods Not Gods Association, the tieflings' eternal goal was to destroy all the gods in the universe. Meanwhile, the priests and Saint Samurai who served the gods were the common enemy of the Gods Not Gods Association, and there had never been one of them. Their leader, Theans, had spent countless efforts in order to hide from the spies of the other factions in Sigil City. Finish this battle as quickly as possible. Try your best to kill this god slave. retreat immediately after 50 seconds. The Tiefling warlock leader decisively gave this order. This group of Tiefling warlocks had been carefully selected because they had important missions to carry out. They were all the core members of their faction. No matter which one of them died, it would be a tremendous loss for the Gods, Not Gods Association. But precisely because they were elites, these tieflings were also incredibly confident in their own strength. Even though they had already suffered casualties, they still believed that they could work together to defeat the Saint Samurai Jensen. However, this was probably the worst decision they had ever made. Chapter 457. Failure wasn't a good tradition. This was especially true for the gods who wanted to carry out their grand ideals. Under the leadership of their legend leader, Turns, this organization would always choose the most suitable targets and carefully consider their actions. They had achieved many successes because of this. They had overthrown many churches in the material planes and caused some weak gods to fall into eternal slumber. However, they had also failed many times. Most of the time, failure wasn't due to insufficient planning. Instead, it was due to unexpected variables appearing during the operation. Perhaps this had to do with the bottomless chaos abyss. In this place where the power of chaos was everywhere, there were far too many unexpected things. For example, a saint samurai who didn't believe in any god, wind of extinguishing souls. One of the tiefling warlocks chanted an incantation, causing the lead-powdered, soul-extinguishing embers in his hands to fly up in the wind and scatter towards Jason. This was a powder invented by some master alchemists of the gods. It could effectively prevent mortals from communicating with their gods. Normally speaking, any priest or saint samurai affected by this powder would immediately be affected unless they were a god saint. Any god slave who believed in a god would immediately discover that they were unable to use divine arts. They would then begin to doubt themselves. However, this saint samurai, Jason, was an exception. Although the god of law that Jason originally worshipped had abandoned him, the great power of kindness still favored this saint samurai. Even though he was unable to receive any response from the god of law, Jason was still able to use the tremendous amount of kindness, holy power. This saint samurai worships an abstract concept rather than a specific god. Perhaps he's not our enemy. Most of the tiefling warlocks who came to the Acid Fog Canyon were gods rather than elites of the gods. They were quite knowledgeable. Most of them realized why Jason's Saint Samurai wasn't affected by the wind of extinguishing souls. Logically speaking, if this was any other time, they would have immediately stopped attacking. In fact, they would have even expressed their respect and tried to rope Jason in. That was because Saint Samurai, who worshipped abstract concepts, was proof that the gods weren't irreplaceable. This was proof that gods weren't gods. Unfortunately, the tiefling warlocks were currently carrying out a secret mission. The success or failure of this mission would determine whether or not they would be able to destroy multiple gods. So, even though the tiefling warlocks felt that it was a pity, they still wanted to kill Jason. Coincidentally, the Saint Samurai had similar thoughts. Chongshan, Flowing Light Strike. Since Jensen had killed a tiefling, the remaining tiefling warlocks kept teleporting away under their leader's orders. They thought that they could avoid being attacked again, but the Saint Samurai had a lot of combat experience and had already come up with a countermeasure. Jason enveloped himself in positive energy as he moved at high speed. The tieflings watched as he merged into the light. Half-inferno creatures had an innate aversion to positive energy, making it even harder for them to see the Saint Samurai's rapid movements, unable to capture his figure. This way, although they could freely use their teleportation spells, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not appear in front of Jensen. Leave this warehouse and expand the teleportation range, or else one of the tiefling warlocks angrily warned. But before he could even finish speaking, he confirmed his own suspicions. Jensen flashed past the tiefling warlock. The tiefling warlock, who had been shouting earlier, was now only able to let out some meaningless whimpers because he had been decapitated. 2 tiefling warlocks had been killed in the same way, including the tiefling warlock who had been sliced in half. A total of 3 gods had died by the Saint Samurai's sword. Only 7 tiefling warlocks had come to the Acid Fog Canyon to carry out this mission. Now, half of them had died. Any commander with a brain would know what choice they should make. The tiefling warlock leader teleported to a corner of the warehouse and used the members of Luba's gang as shields. Retreat! The tiefling warlock roared in the Inferno language. Anyone who didn't understand the language would think that the tiefling warlock leader was trying to organize a counterattack. After receiving permission to retreat, the other 3 tiefling warlocks didn't want to stay here any longer. They all used teleportation spells to leave. In order to ensure that everything would go smoothly, the tiefling warlock leader even stayed behind to bring up the rear. He appeared in front of Luba, who was also hiding behind the crowd. Sinful fanaticism. Wrath. Before Luba could react, the tiefling warlock leader tapped Luba's forehead with his lamp-burning staff and started channeling some special power into Luba's body. Since Luba wasn't prepared for this, Luba's mind instantly sank into a quagmire of rage. He was unable to break free on his own. Resentment increases thy strength, and anger burns thy heart. Only by killing that Saint Samurai will you be able to regain your peace. Luba's evil words appeared in Luba's mind. Luba's eyes became bloodshot as he submitted to this fake mission. I'm going to kill you. Luba's rage didn't mean that he had lost all his intelligence. He still remembered the gift bag he had originally prepared for the tiefling warlock leader. Luba clenched his remaining hand into a fist and viciously punched the talisman on his chest. A sudden explosion caused the entire warehouse to flip over. Almost all of Luba's gang members were blasted into the sky while they were still confused. Luba's hooked claws tightly held onto the tiefling warlock leader. Luba angrily used the tiefling warlock leader's body to block the shockwave for himself. Meanwhile, the Saint Samurai Jason used his kindness protection ability and used himself as a shield to save the remaining adventurer team members. Luba released his hooked claws and tossed away the unconscious tiefling warlock leader. He then looked at Jason, who was still kneeling on the ground. I'll do as I say. Just like a wild boar in heat, Luba's fat body leaned forward as he desperately charged towards his target. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, asterisk, smack. Asterisk, out of nowhere, a hammer-like weapon spun and flew over, smashing the boar man's head into tens of thousands of pear blossoms. Keys's figure silently appeared. He waved his hand, causing the dragon-head warhammer to return to his hand. Keys stepped on the unconscious tiefling warlock leader. Just to be safe, Keys also kicked Luba's head to stun him. The explosion in the warehouse had already attracted a large number of devil guards. The bone devils and barbed devils immediately placed the entire area under martial law. The buildings that had been attached to the warehouse had now collapsed into rubble. The desert elves were busy cleaning up the rubble. There was nothing they could do about it. The 3 tiefling warlocks that Luba had just captured were now buried under the rubble. Chapter 458. To be honest, Keys's interrogation techniques were somewhat lacking. Compared to the temporary dungeon he created, the young blue dragon had to rely on the Demolica's fully equipped autopsy laboratory to obtain the information he wanted from the tiefling's brains. Moreover, thanks to Snade's help, he knew that there was another conspiracy behind the actions of the gods and Non-Gods Association. It was even possible that this massive organization far away in Sigil City had been fooled by the mastermind behind this conspiracy. That tiefling leader isn't actually a tiefling, but a Cambion demon in disguise. Keyes couldn't help but secretly rejoice when he saw the detailed autopsy report. Even though he prided himself on having good eyesight, he still hadn't been able to see through the Cambion demon in disguise. If it weren't for the Demolica's golden eyes, he wouldn't have been able to discover this secret. The so-called Cambion demons were the descendants of mortal women that the Tana re-demons had kidnapped to the bottomless chaos abyss. The embryos would be completely corroded by the power of the chaos abyss during gestation, so they wouldn't develop into half-demons. Instead, they would be born as Cambion demons. Cambion demons were a type of Tana re-demon. No matter how much they loved their mother, they would still be shocked by the evil nature of the Cambion demons when they grew up. Tieflings were dimensional creatures that possessed the bloodline of demons. They were an independent, mixed-blood species. In some material planes, the Tiefling empires still had some kind-hearted citizens. They didn't necessarily belong to the evil faction, but surprisingly, Cambion demons and Tieflings were extremely similar in appearance, apart from some Tieflings that didn't look like the mainstream ones. They both had 2 horns on their heads, dark red skin, and long tails on their backs. That was why it was difficult to tell the difference between Cambion demons and Tieflings just by looking at their appearances. Cambion demons were essentially Tana re-demons. They didn't need to breathe, eat, or excrete. They didn't have or need the corresponding organs. Tieflings, on the other hand, had a complete respiratory and digestive system to maintain their lives. That Cambion demon also had plastic surgery? Keyes asked in surprise as he looked at the notes on the autopsy report. The steampunk half-lich stretched out his mechanical palm, clenched and loosened it, and replied, "On the outside of his 2 palms, there are traces of stitches in the same position. The traces are very shallow. He must have cut off his other 2 fingers many years ago." Six-fingered person. He wasn't stuttering, but Keyes realized something. When he finished his sentence, Snade nodded to show his affirmation. Six-finger was also known as Universal Plug or Universal Socket. It was one of the nicknames of Graz CT, the Prince of Darkness. It was rumored that Graz ZT, who possessed a triple domain, was 3 times more scheming than other demon lords. This might not be a secret, but Graz ZT was definitely one of the most far-sighted demons. Many who had suffered at the hands of the Prince of Gloom mocked Graz ZT as a demon with the mind of a devil, and his domain, Asgrat, was given the name Little Hell by these people. However, even Graz ZT's enemies wouldn't underestimate the powerful strength of this demon lord. After all, he was one of the 3 giants of the abyss along with Demogorgon, although he didn't agree with them, and Orcus. The 3 of them were the demon princes who stood at the top of the demon lords. The nickname Six-Finger was derived from the 6 fingers on Graz ZT's jet black palm, which was a flaw in his handsome appearance. However, Graz ZT believed that the 6 fingers were his unique charm. They allowed his palm to be more flexible and convenient for him to do many interesting things. There were many rumors about this Prince of Gloom, both true and false. However, the most realistic one was that Graz ZT had always been driven by an unimaginable desire of other demon lords. He was passionate about creating children and was known as a walking seeder. As he didn't mind meat and vegetables, many mortal women were the mothers of Graz ZT's children and gave birth to many Cambion demons. It was said that this demon lord had a Cambion assault army named Razor, and the members were all his children. As his children, the Cambion demons inherited part of the Prince of Darkness's appearance. They were all Six-Finger. Perverts are the #1 productivity of the abyss. Keyes complained in his heart. Then he thought to himself, Six Fingers' children disguised themselves as tieflings and sneaked into the Gods Association. Then they used this operation to come to the Acid Fog Canyon. What is their purpose? Seeing Keyes' questioning gaze, Sneyd shrugged his shoulders like a human. Many questions have to be asked to Isserou face to face. Isserou was the name of the captive Cambion demon. He had disguised himself as the leader of the Tiefling warlocks. Stepping into the Demolica's dissection laboratory again, Keyes saw that Isserou was soaked in a large cauldron. The dark brown herbal decoction prepared by the ogre, which Doctor kept boiling as if it was stewing the Cambion demon. He has just been anesthetized and dissected. This voodoo medicinal bath can heal the injuries on his body, Paru explained to everyone. And this Cambion demon probably doesn't know that he has been exposed. His memory is still stuck at the time when he was captured. Keyes nodded to show that he understood. Then, under Sneyd's guidance, he pulled a drawstring in the room. An iron hook hung down from the ceiling, pierced through Isserou's shoulder blade, and fished him out of the cauldron. Then Isserou was brought to the young blue dragon. Some herbs were added to the decoction to keep the Cambion demon in a state of anesthesia. After leaving the cauldron, Isserou's consciousness gradually began to wake up. Not long after, he opened his eyes. Mr. Isserou, Quest greeted him expressionlessly. I don't remember sending you an invitation to be my guests in my territory. As soon as Isserou woke up, he immediately remembered that he was tricked by Lu Ba, who had fallen into the sin fever and was captured. Damn you, stupid pig! He cursed in his heart. Then he immediately mobilized his spell-like ability and tried to teleport away. However, the iron hook that pierced through his shoulder blade was enchanted with the dimensional anchor spell. Not only would he not be able to escape using teleportation, but he would also be forced to endure more pain. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Isserou began to lobby. He did not know that his identity had been exposed. He still hoped that the other party would be wary of the gods, and not the forces of the Gods Guild, and release him. Bumpkin, we are not your enemy. We are gods of Sigil City, not members of the Gods Guild. Our purpose in coming to Acid Fog Canyon is to plot against the god who has descended here, the dwarf god who wields the authority of virtual games, Stim. Chapter 459. Like the other six-fingered Cambion, he had been undergoing rigorous training since he was born, and now it had become a conditioned reflex. In those deadly training sessions, Isserou had developed the habit of always standing in the enemy's backhand position. He also learned how to use the edge of the sword to hide the tip of the sword when he swung the sword. It was because of his excellent performance that the Prince of Darkness, Glazed, arranged for him to go to the city of Sigils and lurk in a certain association. Not long after this spy career began, Isserou realized that the skills he had learned were still applicable, but he needed to change the way he did it. Things aren't that bad, Isserou secretly warned himself. Using the truth to cover up a lie is never easy to expose. After quickly organizing his thoughts, Isserou tried his best to straighten his tongue. Although he doubted if he was really that afraid, he did not think that it was actually a side effect of consuming a large amount of anesthetics. He spoke in the infernal language that was unique to Sigil City. He said in the city of Sigils, "Strong bird, don't rush to judgment. I dare to bet with all the valuables in my pocket that there is no conflict of interest between us." Seeing that Keyes still had his arms crossed and did not comment on his words, Isserou pretended as if nothing had happened and continued speaking. "Unless you are a fan of that false god. All right, although I don't know where you're from, since you can say that dwarf's name, then you must be one of the unlucky fellows imprisoned in this plane by him. I'm sure this mobile city is your territory. I'm the mayor of New Boom Town and the owner of all the real estate in this city." Keyes glanced at Cambion, who was deep in thought. He waved his hand, and a piece of parchment appeared in his hand. You illegally occupied the warehouse and then blew it up, together with the damage to the surrounding buildings and the impact on the appearance of New Boomtown. You owe me a lot of money. The parchment floated up and streaked across in front of Isaru. Then, with a snap of Key's fingers, it returned to its owner's hand. Just a reminder, the valuables in your pockets and those of your companions are probably not enough to make up for my losses. So before you pay off your debts, you have no right to use them as a guarantee, Keys said coldly. Due to his status as the overlord of Batsu, within his territory, Keys could enact and add any additional provisions that did not violate the Devil's Code, the basic law of the 9 prisons of Bader. Moreover, these local laws would also be recognized by the force of Bader. Moreover, Isaru and his men had indeed caused damage to New Boomtown, even if it was an indirect and unintentional mistake. Even according to the basic law of the 9 prisons of Bader, not only did they have to compensate, but they also had to be severely punished. That parchment was the manifestation of Bateau's power. Its priority was quite high, unless Itherlung immediately took out the immunity letter issued by the various great lords of Bader. He would not be able to escape punishment regardless of whether he had cooperated with other Bader forces. You can't do that. Cambion, who was disguised as a tiefling, had a ferocious expression. It was unknown whether he was pretending or truly shocked by the terrifying number on the parchment. We're here on the orders of the Thean Society. He's the son of General Gog, one of the 8 dark generals under Duke Bardi of Avernus. At the same time, this mission is also related to Duke Bardi, a vassal of Duke Maman. This has nothing to do with me, Keys calmly interrupted Cambion. Besides, you're a son of Six-Fingered disguised as a tiefling warlock. Even if you're related to those important figures, they'll only think that you're spreading rumors and causing trouble, intending to disturb the internal stability of the 9 prisons of Bader and subvert the order of hell. The sudden reveal of the dagger completely shattered Isaru's mental defenses. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly in shock. Without even thinking, Isaru, who had received training, immediately mobilized the power within his body, intending to activate the enchantment spell implanted into his soul. Although this was the bottomless abyss, and as a demon of Tana once he died, he would truly return to eternal sleep. However, the knowledge that had been instilled in his mind made him understand that if his identity was exposed and he fell into the hands of the Batsu Devil, that would truly be a fate worse than death. Isaru chose the lesser of 2 evils. He wanted to use the internal explosion spell to end his own life while simultaneously dealing the final blow to his enemy. However, something that shocked him happened one after another. The parchment that Keys summoned just now actually emitted an evil and deep blood-red light. Within the range of the light, the enchantment spell implanted into his soul suddenly stopped working. I have to remind you that you haven't paid off your debt. According to the basic laws of Bader, you don't have the right to commit suicide. When Keys picked up the dragon-headed warhammer, which had long been prepared, it had already turned into a buzzing chainsaw. At this moment, the young blue dragon silently recalled some of the R-rated movies in his previous life and began to put on an expression that was commonly seen in villains. A few hundred words were omitted here. That's it? Keys, who had been silently watching Snade's operation, asked suspiciously, "Don't we need to torture him?" The steampunk half-lich was pulling out silver-plated steel needles from the unconscious Isaru. As he busied himself with his work, Snade replied, "The interrogation techniques of the Drow clan have always been trustworthy. Even the demons have studied them. If the physical pain reaches a threshold, the torturer will develop a certain resistance to it." After pulling out the steel needles, Snade waved his hand, and used the iron hope to send Cambion back into the boiling voodoo potion. This more advanced method uses alchemy drugs and spells to work together on his spirit and magnify the fear in his heart by several times to achieve the effect of torture. After getting this explanation, Keyes relaxed a lot. It turned out that the real master of torture was also like this. As long as the results were obtained, they would not be morbidly intoxicated in the process of torture. He had previously thought that he was a little disgusted with the process of torture. Perhaps he was still a little cowardly, but now it seemed that this was not the case. He verified Isaru's self-narration with the memories that he had repeatedly extracted from his brain. Keyes unexpectedly learned a new secret. This demon Cambion actually had multiple identities as a spy. He was not originally a spy sent by Sixfinger to lead the Gods, not Gods Guild. His initial identity in Sigil City was a member of the Doom Guardians. Later, he actually became a pawn of the Doom Guardians to infiltrate the Gods, not Gods Guild. There are three things in everything. Keyes, who had learned of this situation, pondered. Is it possible that Sixfinger's tricks also have 3 layers? Chapter 460. Some demonologists had studied Graz ZT and found that the Dark Prince had a special fondness for the number 3. Some believed that this reflected the order within chaos. Graz ZT was ridiculed and attacked by many demons because of this. Although Graz ZT had always scoffed at this, it was undeniable that Sixfingers was fated with the number 3. He occupied 3 levels of the abyss, had 3 genders, had 33 armies, and each army had 33,000 soldiers. Graz ZT's chief strategist, the demon Cambion, was also known as 3 in all things. All the demon lords who were enemies of the Dark Prince knew that every scheme of the Dark Prince's had 3 layers. Isaru, who was pretending to be a tiefling, was no exception. He had 3 identities: a god who wasn't an elite of the gods, a secret agent for Sixfinger, and a spy for the Doom Guardians. Each of these identities played a different role in 3 different schemes. Graz ZT was very interested in the god of virtual games. Therefore, he used the power of the Gods Guild to find a portal in Sigil City that connected to the sealed Acid Fog Canyon. He also facilitated the cooperation of the Gods Guild and several greater demons in an attempt to kill Stim. At the same time, Isaru was also a member of the Doomsday Guardians. This organization, whose core philosophy was all things will eventually decline, and we're just helping from the sidelines, was very supportive of demon Tana Ree, who was in the Blood War. Graz ZT also thought that he could take advantage of the demons while he was at it. Apart from these 2, Graz ZT also wanted to deal with Buffett. Sixfingers and the Beast Lord had been enemies for tens of thousands of years. Not long ago, his spy had passed on the news that the Tauren King had lost an avatar to the Dark Prince. The spellcasters under Graz ZT had done many divinations regarding the death of Buffett's avatar. Although they couldn't figure out the whole process, they were certain that the relic of the Tauren King's avatar was hidden in the New Boom town. Therefore, it wasn't a coincidence that Isaru had brought the elites of the Gods Guild to the Acid Fog Canyon and appeared in the New Boom town. As Isaru had made a plan beforehand, he contacted Lu Ba, an acquaintance, on the first day he sneaked into Keyes' territory. Lu Ba had once lived in the sewers of Sigil City for a period of time. He worked as a thug for the Ratman Pickpocket Guild there and earned a lot of money from it. In the end, this war creature bought the right to use a portal to the material plane from the Trade Association. Unfortunately, he did not have a good time in the material plane. After a few years, he was tricked by the devil into joining the front lines of the Blood War. When Isaru found Lu Ba, he had lost an arm in a battle and was struggling to make a living in New Boom Town. The Tiefling sorcerers, or rather, the gods who weren't members of the Gods Association, found people to help Lu Ba install iron claws on his arms. They even helped Lu Ba become a professional musketeer. This was not a free charity. In exchange, the wild boar men needed to serve the gods instead of the Church of Gods and try their best to stir up trouble in Traction City. If Keyes hadn't discovered Lu Ba in time, the tiefling sorcerers would have used this as an opportunity to take control of the underground forces in New Boom Town. At that time, they would have been able to influence the hearts of the people here, whether they called for help or secretly created some conflicts. The will of thousands of people could form a strange power. The gods, who weren't members of the Gods Association, had the technology to collect this power. In fact, the soul-extinguishing wind that the paladin Jason encountered during the battle in the warehouse was an incomplete version of this power. If this power was finally completed, even someone as strong as the gods would be at risk of dying if they encountered the soul-extinguishing wind. In addition to this secret operation of the gods, Issaru, as a member of the Doom Guardians, had another mission. Unlike the gods who liked to cause trouble for the gods, the Doom Knights were more inclined to deal with the Batsu Devil. Although the Batsu Devil was evil and tragic, the Doom Knights were the backbone of the Order faction. They were a great hindrance to the decline of all things. At this time, in the Acid Fog Canyon Plain, due to Stim's interference, the Batsu Expeditionary Army was in a state of disunity. Moreover, because this place was temporarily sealed, the forces of the Nine Hells could not reach the front lines of the bloody battle and could not reverse the situation here. Thus, Pant decided to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely eliminate the Batsu Expeditionary Army. At the same time, he was also interested in Keyes' New Boom Town. In the eyes of the Doom Knights, nothing was more suitable as a symbol of decline than a weapon that caused destruction and death. And this Traction City was a strategic weapon in Pant's eyes. Seize this weapon and use it to eliminate those Batsu idiots. This was the highest action order that Pant gave to Issaru. The gods who weren't members of the Gods Association wanted to control the citizens of New Boom Town, while the Doom Knights simply wanted to obtain this Traction City. The two missions went hand in hand, and Issaru wanted to complete them together. When the Dark Prince learned of the intentions of the two associations, he expressed his support because this happened to coincide with his two schemes. In addition, Six-Fingered Graziti also provided a little help to Issaru so that Cambion could complete his mission more smoothly. The Demon Lord had improved Issaru's weapon and upgraded his golden lamp-burning staff, adding many legendary spells to it. Of course, this was not Graziti's whim. His generous gift was to pave the way for his third scheme. Even Issaru himself did not know that his golden lamp-burning staff, which had been upgraded to a legendary weapon, had a life of its own. A Sword Soul Demon was residing in it. The so-called Sword Soul Demon was a type of Maloran demon. Compared to Obilus and Tanari, this kind of incorporeal demon was undoubtedly much younger. They were the product of the bottomless abyss itself, trying to digest the final dream formed by an evil god of death divine system. The largest gathering place of the Maloran demons was the Nightmare Abyss, the illusionary 230th level of the abyss. So far, the territory controlled by the Maloran demons had not been far from their homeland, and they seemed to be more focused on invading and corrupting the mortals of the material world rather than participating in the trivial disputes of the senior demons, Obilus and Tanari. They were not powerful, at least for the time being. None of the Maloran demons had successfully won the favor of the Abyss Will and advanced to Demon Lord. However, due to their incorporeal nature, many powerful demon lords always liked to persuade force the Maloran demons to work for them. Graziti was no exception. He kept many Maloran demons. Some people speculated that Six-Fingered was conducting some unspeakable experiments in an attempt to break the reproductive isolation between the demon races. Chapter 461. From a certain perspective, Grazzi's cross-species genetic experiment had achieved a partial victory. There were 3 known types of Maloran demons: Dreamer, Demon Spirit, and Sword Soul Demon. No new Maloran demons had been discovered yet. The first 2 types did not have a gender, and they would not divide themselves to give birth to offspring. Therefore, there was no way they could reproduce. Sword Soul demons had a gender, but they were all females. The Sword Soul demons that were born from the Sword Soul demons were still females. However, under Grazzi's active intervention, the Sword Soul demons under the Demon Lord's command gave birth to male offspring. These male Sword Soul demons were more powerful than their female counterparts. They could easily attach themselves to enchanted weapons. Therefore, Six-Fingered Grazzi provided Cambi and Issaru with an augmented golden lamp-burning staff as a reward. His third trick in the Acid Fog Canyon, to steal the remains of Buffett's avatar, was actually given to the Sword Soul Demon to carry out. As long as he could find some of the remains of the Beast Monarch, he would be able to place a vicious curse on his old opponent. If the third trick could be carried out, Grazzi could expand his territory to a new abyss plane in a very short time. Although this wasn't an easy task, the rewards were so sweet that any greedy gambler wouldn't be stingy with their bets. Coincidentally, Grazzi liked gambling. The Sword Soul Demon in the Golden Lampstaff was the first Maloran descendant he had given birth to. It had extraordinary potential and abilities. Unfortunately, Issaru failed too quickly. The Sword Soul Demon was buried in the rubble of the collapsed warehouse before it could show its power. You bunch of lazy bums. Speed up. Otherwise, the manure tank next to the intestine of the city will be your new home tonight. Rock, who was holding a leather whip, ordered the laborers loudly. Cleaning up the rubble was boring for him. Since he was captured by Keys and had his memories extracted by the brain-devouring ooze, this Cronin Stone man was handed over to the Demolic. At this moment, he was wearing an iron hoop on his head. Snade had cast many spells on it to act as the supervisor of the laborers. Even though he knew he was being controlled, Rock was still unable to break free from the shackles of the spell and could only obey the Demolica's orders. Other than the enchanted headband, the powerful legendary mage had also cast a flesh curse on him. Now, Rock had flesh and blood. He looked around and saw a gnoll who was sneaking around. He walked over and mercilessly gave the gnoll a whip. Under the stimulation of pain, the gnoll instinctively bared its teeth and roared. Rock immediately followed up with another punch, knocking out half of its teeth. When the other laborers saw this, they lowered their heads and began to work seriously. He nodded with satisfaction and inserted the whip into his belt. Seeing that no one dared to interrupt, he also bent down and picked up a stone pillar that was more than 10 feet long and piled it on the garbage truck next to the construction site. "Damn it," Rock muttered. Dust mixed with sweat wrapped around Rock's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a feeling he would never have felt in the past. 332. Rock counted silently in his heart, taking inventory of the completion of his tasks. This is the 333rd task. Until now, he still remembered Snade's words. If you successfully complete 1,000 tasks, I'll lift the flesh curse. That was why he desperately urged the laborers in the labor camp, fearing that they would delay the completion of the project due to laziness. Unlike many supervisors who liked to ride roughshod over others, Rock usually worked with the laborers in order to speed up the completion of his tasks. Moreover, he was a true master of the Stone Zen school, so few laborers dared to disobey the orders of this supervisor. Due to his excessive exploitation of the laborers, the elimination rate of the laborers was always high, and they had to be replaced almost every day. The gnoll, who didn't know the severity of the situation just now, was transferred from the labor camp yesterday to fill in for Rock. After being punched by Rock, if the gnoll was not tough enough, he would have to be a guest in the dung tank tonight. Woo, 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 the siren suddenly sounded. As the city continued to move forward, the power center would exhaust every hourglass. The citizens of New Boom Town used the siren as a time indicator to remind themselves that another hourglass had passed. Smoke mixed with ash and water vapor gushed out from the air vents above the city and drifted to all corners of the city under the gentle breeze. "Get back to work," Rock ordered loudly. "Don't try to slack off. This little smoke won't affect our work." Having said that, he still picked up the pig-nose gas mask from his waist and swiftly put it on his head. Except for Batsu, who was not afraid of the poisonous smoke, and the consumables in the labor camp, all the citizens were given this tool. And now, it was the perfect time to use it. As a supervisor, Naughty Rock, who often needed to be exposed outdoors, was no exception. He had no choice, as he no longer had his original stone body, and a body of flesh and blood always had many inconveniences. He once tried to inhale a large amount of poisonous smoke, but his respiratory tract immediately swelled, and he almost suffocated to death. In the end, he relied on the monk's mixed yuan body to cure the disease and save his life. A body of flesh and blood is too fragile, Rock thought helplessly, and at the same time, he was determined to complete the 1,000 missions as soon as possible. He knew that in the poisonous smoke, the labor force's efficiency would definitely decrease, so he had to make up for the loss himself. The master monk of the Stone Zen style had no choice but to use his martial arts to complete the menial tasks that he looked down upon. Stone Zen style, grasp of geomagnetism. As Rock shouted, the rubble seemed to be magnetized and spontaneously gathered together to form a ball. He pushed the stone balls out of the construction site and loaded them into the garbage truck, and then repeated the same task. Just as he used the grasp of geomagnetism for the third time, something seemed to have stopped him from gathering the rubble. His strength shouldn't have decreased, right? Rock felt a little suspicious, and he couldn't help but step forward, trying to pry open the rubble to see what was stopping him from doing it. Opening a cracked wall, he saw a lamp post made of gold embedded in a piece of rubble. He carefully sensed it and found that this lamp post was resisting the grasp of geomagnetism, and it was also preventing the other rubble from being magnetized. "That's weird," Rock mischievous thought. "Is this lamp post some kind of magic item?" He looked down for a moment, but the pig-nose gas mask's eye patch affected his vision, and he couldn't see clearly. Rock reached out and grabbed the lamp post, wanting to pull it out and take a closer look. If he found some kind of magic item, he could give it to the half-lich Snade, and maybe he could increase the mission completion rate. The following content is not counted in the word count. Thank you to Xiaodang246, Mr. Emperor Pineapple, and Tai Yang for your tips. Everyone's support is the motivation for this newbie author to persevere. Chapter 462. Right now, your body is like a broken boat with plywood boards, fences, and barnacles. A cold voice rang in Rock's mind. Although he was born in the Cronin realm, he had never seen the sea, let alone know anything about ships. However, he knew that those were not good words, and somehow he felt that he should not be like this. "You are afflicted with the flesh curse. What a coincidence! My race does not like the state of flesh and blood." Rock raised the lamppost that he picked up from the ruins. It was a lampstaff made of gold and possessed by the sword Soulfiend. He did not notice that the cage at the head of the lampstaff was lit up, and the golden staff was glowing with a strange light. "What should I do so that you will help me?" There was no hint, as if it was his instinct. Rock seemed to agree with the sword Soulfiend's words. "Help each other, an equivalent exchange." As the sword Soulfiend finished his sentence, a crimson electric current shot out from the golden lampstaff, like a small snake slithering forward. Without any accident, the electric current entered Rock's flesh and blood and began to drill into his limbs and bones. Rock's extremely strong muscles were quickly replaced by a sturdier Rock body, and Rock's sense of powerlessness was swept away. At least he stomped his feet and crushed the rock under his feet. He could claim that he was a Cronin again. You don't have to speak, you can communicate with your mind. The sword Solfien's voice rang in Rock's mind again. Rock nodded as if he was reborn. He had not gotten used to the loss of his flesh and blood, so he spoke very slowly. However, that did not stop him from communicating with his mind. "Who are you?" He asked the question that he urgently needed to know. "What is your purpose for removing the curse of my flesh and blood?" A slightly frivolous voice rang in Rock's mind. As expected, people become impudent when they receive gifts easily. Since when did speaking straightforwardly become presumptuous? Rock retorted in the face of the question. "That's because you are still too young." This sentence seemed to stab Rock. As a Cronin stone man, few mortal creatures could compare with him in terms of lifespan. However, now is indeed not the time for formalities. You can call me Regis, my stone golem friend. What I want you to do is very simple. Bring me to the core of this moving city. No matter what you want to do, Rock, obstinate, rejected the idea. "It's impossible. You have never faced the owner of this city. You have no idea how powerful he is. In the end, I will definitely be captured. And then—" Now, it was Sword Soul Demon Regis's turn to interrupt him. His way of doing so was even more violent than Rock's. Bang! As if it couldn't control itself, Cronin raised the golden burning lamp staff and slammed it on its own chest. In front of this weapon, the rock muscles that looked incomparably hard were like clay blocks that were casually piled up. A large area of cracks appeared on Rock Obstinate's body in an instant. It looked like he would shatter completely if he took another hit. "An equivalent exchange," Sword Soul Demon Regis said. "If you accept the gift, you have to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, I will personally take back the gift." As the cracks spread all over his body, Rock Obstinate could not even perform the mixed Yuan body Madra to heal himself. He was worried that if he moved even a little, his body would collapse. Moreover, the sound of the impact just now had alerted the laborers who were working hard at the construction site. They all turned their attention to the scene. Most of the laborers in the laborers' camp were villains from all corners of the multiverse. Many of them were quite perceptive. They had already noticed Rock Obstinate's abnormality and guessed that the supervisor was probably in some kind of trouble. Therefore, they all took the opportunity to put down their work and rest for a while. What was worse was that the gnoll who was hit did not put down the pickaxe in his hand. Instead, he gripped it tightly in his hand and walked towards Rock Obstinate with a venomous look in his eyes. "Looks like I don't need to be there. A weak gnoll can destroy this gift. What a unique irony. That won't do you any good. You need me. You agree. I can only promise. I'll do my best to bring you there. If you can understand that I'm telling the truth." Rock Obstinate did not choose to lie. Instead, he tried his best to give a feasible guarantee. After all, the gnoll could communicate with him in his mind. Perhaps the gnoll could read his true feelings. Perhaps out of appreciation for the sincerity, the Sword Soul Demon Regis gave a quick reply. Once again, the gnoll could not help but touch the gnoll's body. However, this time, the gnoll's purpose was not to punish, but to repair. The oil from the lamp flowed out from the cage on the gnoll's head and poured into the cracks on Rock Obstinate's broken body. The flame melted the rock and gave it greater plasticity. Soon, all the cracks were mended and filled up one by one. Not only that, the lava did not seem to cool down. The gnoll's body seemed to have been branded with a fiery tattoo. At this moment, he was like a half-lava giant who was reborn from the fire. He looked down at the gnoll, who raised the pickaxe in front of him. The hunchbacked gnoll was shocked. He opened his mouth wide, and a long string of curses had already reached the tip of his tongue. He almost spat them out, but in the next second, he closed his mouth again and swallowed those words back down. "I'm here to see if you need any service." The gnoll's words were sincere. Unfortunately, Rock Obstinate could not understand the gnoll's language. The gnoll's growling made him very unhappy. As if to cater to the user, the gnoll's head was suddenly hit by the gnoll's golden knoll. But when the gnoll's head came into contact with the gnoll's skull, the weapon became extremely heavy and smashed the gnoll's head and body. Flames floated out from the gnoll's head and ignited the gnoll's ragdoll remains. The Sword Soul Demon Regis felt a sense of satisfaction because of the meat. Remember, in your next life, when you reach the abyss, you must at least learn to speak in the abyss language. "What are you talking about now?" Rock Obstinate was confused. "That's not important. Think about the people here who witnessed your transformation. What do you want to do with them?" Regis changed the topic. "That's easy. Weighing the gnoll's knoll." The gnoll replied, "It's just a new batch of people. The people in the labor camp are already used to my reports." Chapter 463. Tens of thousands of scavenger flies covered the entire ground, including the ditches by the roadside and the venomous snake vines in the corners of the ruins. Under the churning black and white insect carpet was a painting of red, white, and grayish-green. Bloody flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, mixed with the reflection of metal. The flies were looking for food, and the sound of gnawing could be heard. "Foreman!" The old goblin with the pipe in his mouth looked askance at Rock and scolded with a voice that was a mixture of disdain and fear. "I have to reiterate that we are in charge of the labor camp, not the slaughterhouse. Also, have you considered how much manpower is needed to clean up this mess?" "They attacked me." Rock Obstinate tried to justify his massacre. "It should be seen as a rebellion." The old gnome was the supervisor of the labor camp. Not long after Rock sent the message using the runestone, he rushed over with his men, as they had worked together before. The old gnome knew Rock's way of doing things, and he was prepared to deliver nutrients to the manure tank. However, the situation at the scene this time was far beyond what he could bear. The air was hot and sticky. He looked at the soldiers lying on the ground. They were still holding tools in their hands, and their skulls were crushed. They must have been crushed by a huge, terrifying, and irresistible force. He saw deformed leather armor, shattered shields, and limbs that had been torn off from their bodies. The stallion he was riding was a fine horse in the New Boom Town's horse farm. It had been trained as a war horse for generations, and now it had completely forgotten its proud and strong nature. It kept retreating slowly. The only ones who were indifferent to the horrible scene were the scavenger flies, and the berry men who were happy to collect the corpses, as well as the supervisor named Stubborn Rock. After smoking a pipe and calming himself down, the old gnome leaned out from the horse's back and knocked his pipe on the broken wall to clear the smoke pipe to prevent it from clogging. Rules are rules. The old gnome licked his yellowed front teeth and said calmly, "They started a rebellion, and you can suppress it. But you lost all your men, and you have to write a detailed report. Not to me, but to the city's security office." Rock frowned. In order to hide some of the truth, the Sword Soul Demon temporarily let go of the suppression of the flesh curse, so he had the rich expression of a flesh creature. "I'm not good at writing reports." Rock shrugged his shoulders, "but I think I know how to communicate with people sometimes." He raised the weapon in his hand, and the golden lamp stick almost hit the old gnome's nose. The old gnome was so scared that he quickly shrank back. Rock did not want to use force. He just wanted to show off. See? An excellent weapon. After smelting, you can get a large sum of calamity coins. And at the same time, it is a suitable gift. For me, the old gnome asked with a smile. However, his eyes betrayed him. This greedy guy couldn't help but steal glances at the golden lamp stick in front of him. An exchange of equal value. The old gnome did not know how to refuse, whether it was because of his greedy nature or because of his long-term habit. If you want to change a group of people, leave it to me. Anyway, the town has been suffering from a dust disease for the past 2 days, and only a few slaves died. After trying to lift the golden lamp stick, the old gnome found that he could not lift it at all, so he said, "I'll have to trouble you to help me send this gift back." After receiving a positive answer, he ordered the burial workers to start their work and bury the corpses in the ruins. The burial workers were undead creatures. Their wrinkled bodies were driven by their will, and the details of their bodies were covered in dirt and ashes. They were summoned by the Demolic to help with the burial of the corpses or dig up the graves. Most of them were now working in the labor camps. Thump, thump, thump. The burial workers used their special ability to peel off the corpses of the dead slaves and used spices to drive away the scavenger flies that were eating. Various kinds of pickles were gathered together and loaded into a garbage truck with an airtight gate, and then transported to the manure storage tank. The old gnome did not want to stay here for too long. He led his horse and led the way, while Rock, who was carrying the golden lamp stick, followed not far behind. Everything seemed so reasonable. The work could be trusted without any further trouble. A letter of reassignment would be issued, and the foreman would be given a fresh supply of convicts, and he would be able to accept a gift that seemed so valuable without any qualms. The old goblin did not suspect anything, and happily brought Rock to the labor camp under the new boom town. There was his supervisor's office and private bedroom there. It was very suitable for issuing transfer letters and collecting all kinds of valuable gifts. They took the lift and passed through 3 more demon sentry posts before successfully arriving at their destination. After settling the pony in the stable and warming his hands on a brazier filled with horse dung, the old goblin brought Rock into his office. Not a bad place, Rock praised as he glanced around the small office. In the corner of the room, there was a hammock made of silk. No matter how shaky the city was, the people lying on it would still be able to sleep peacefully. Beside the hammock, there was an inverted brass helmet. There was some clear water in the helmet, and there were still some soap bubbles left after shaving on the water. There was also a white iron hand warmer placed on the wall as a fireplace. There was still a layer of embers inside, and a faint cinnamon fragrance permeated the air, dispelling the stench of sweat that had been lingering in the camp. It made people feel tired and disgusted. Although the old gnome's residence was not luxurious, it was enough to show the owner's taste and pursuit of a comfortable life. "This is just right," Rock muttered softly. Once the old gnome entered his comfortable nest, he went straight to his desk and picked up a quill dipped in ink to write. He did not let his guest wait long before he wrote a neat transfer letter. He sprinkled some chalk powder on the paper and wiped away the remaining ink stains. Then, the old dwarf took out a seal that was enchanted with magic and carefully imprinted the insignia on the signature of the transfer letter. For a race like the gnome that was not known for being calm and focused, this set of smooth operations surprised Rock, who was watching from the side. It was quite pleasing to the eye. After finishing his work, the old gnome lifted his head and looked at stubborn Rock. At the same time, he handed over the transfer letter that he had just completed. "The exchange is complete. Please place the gift in Just as the old goblin was sizing up the layout of the house, trying to find a suitable place to place the golden lamp stick, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Rock, who had received the assignment letter, raised his weapon and waved it, freeing himself from the agreement. Chapter 464. Rock walked out of the old gnome's room with a transfer letter in his hand and a pile of flesh and blood on his back. Since the management of the labor camp was handled by the Bone Demon Guards from the Public Security Office, the rules here were very strict. Without a letter from the supervisor, even the supervisors of the camp were not allowed to walk around freely. A bunch of half-orcs. Rock read the description on the transfer letter and communicated with the sword Soul Fiend in his mind. Looks like the old gnome really recognized your value. Due to the heavy physical labor, the most popular subordinates in the labor camp were all of the strong races. As the close relatives of the orcs, the half-orcs had a strong body and a slightly better brain, so they were favored by many supervisors. That's not important. What's important is find the central device of Traction City. Rock interrupted the sword Soul Fiend Regis in his mind. But these half-orcs are actually quite important. They will be of great use to you and me. Rock walked to the door of the warehouse where the laborers were kept and walked to the sentry post. He handed the transfer letter to the Bone Demon who was on duty. The Bone Demon looked at him. The demon's senses were very sharp. It could easily sense that he had just killed someone. However, the transfer letter was complete with wax and signatures. Although the Bone Demon was suspicious, he still sent a team of barbed demons to the warehouse to bring the half-orcs out. Rock, mischievous, brought the orcs to the torture chamber next to the camp. He simplified the torture method and reached out his arm and crushed the head of the orc leader. Rock, mischievous, rock, mischievous, rock, mischievous, rock, mischievous. Those who obey will live, those who disobey will die. For a moment, all the half-orcs kept quiet out of fear. Then, they shouted that they would obey the supervisor's order without any hesitation. Rock, on the other hand, had a cruel smile on his face. After completing a task, the supervisors of the labor camp would go to the mission hall where they would receive a new task. Due to the deal with the sword Soul Fiend Regis, Cronin quickly selected a suitable task. Before the death of the old goblin was discovered, he had to bring the golden lamp burning staff into the center of Traction City. Otherwise, he would have to escape as soon as possible. In fact, when he allocated the movable type lead in the mission hall but failed to find any mission related to the control center, he had already decided to retreat. Damn it, there's nothing. Suddenly, Rock's mischievous eyes were attracted by the melted letters. He saw a new mission provided by the damage management team. Add lubricant to the gears of the control center. Without hesitation, Rock mischievous took out his supervisor badge and applied for the mission as fast as he could. Of course, in front of the blood armor demon, who was responsible for issuing missions, he controlled his emotions like a rock and did not show any anxiety or joy. With a calm expression, he took the mission description and the map of the work location from his hands. Everyone, listen up. This is a great opportunity to work. Work hard, and you won't have to eat nutritious soup today. Everyone can eat fried soft meat. The so-called fried soft meat was actually acid mistworms that were fried in oil. Every citizen in the city had a ration of it every day. But compared to the nutritious soup made from organic residue, it was undoubtedly much more delicious. At least it tasted like meat in the mouth. Therefore, when Rock mischievous walked out of the mission hall and announced the good news in front of the orcs, they were all excited and motivated. The effect is not bad. Rock mischievous said to himself as he looked at the orcs, who were so anxious that they could not wait to run away with the lubricant barrels. This was his old way of doing things. In the past, Whenever he encountered a difficult task, he would always draw the same picture for his laborers. After all, after the mission, most of the orcs would die. Even if there were some who survived, they would not dare to argue with him. Because of the documents from the mission hall and the map, Rock, Mischievous, and his team arrived at the work location without any trouble. They were not harassed by the sentries on the way. Who are you? Hard Rock, supervisor of the labor camp. The engine's gear set needs some lubrication oil. Your people are high sense, but you have to give the laborers a task description in advance. Don't come back and get stuck in the gear. You have to find someone else to clean it up. Understood. After handing over to the majestic blood-armored demon gate guard, Stubborn Rock and his half-orc slaves entered the engine room one after another. The alloy gate fell behind him, and the airtight valve spewed out hissing steam. Before they finished lubricating the gears, the door would not open again. At first, Rock Obstinate was worried that he had been seen through, so he was anxious and worried that he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. However, when he saw the huge gear set, all of his worries were thrown to the back of his head. He and the Golden Lamp Stick, who called himself Regis, had succeeded. They had successfully entered the central device of Traction City, although it was too much of a coincidence, and everything went smoothly beyond imagination. The scene in the engine room was incomparably real. We're in luck. Regis' voice rang in Rock Obstinate's mind. I'm very sure that these mechanical devices are not illusions. As a Sword Soul demon, Regis had a vision that ordinary demons did not have. As long as he was attached to the Golden Lamp Stick, no illusion could escape his senses. Put me on the gear, as close to the center as possible. Soon, we will be able to control this moving city. But what? Rock Obstinate's heart skipped a beat. I need some time, and I need you to buy it for me. After adding lubrication oil, it will take at least half an hourglass. As expected, at the last moment, I still have to provide extra help. Rock Obstinate's mouth twitched, but he did not say much. In fact, after he accepted this task, he had already anticipated all kinds of possibilities and had already planned ahead. But first, he still needed to command the half-orc slaves to add lubrication oil to the huge gear. The size of the engine that could move a city was naturally extraordinary. Even the smallest gear had a diameter that was larger than the height of 2 half-orcs. These gears meshed and rotated, driven by the engine hidden in the deepest part of the engine room, propelling Traction City with surging power. The bumpy movement and the grinding of the gears would cause some of the gears to be less tightly meshed, and friction was inevitable. And at this time, someone had to apply a layer of protective lubrication oil to the gears. Otherwise, not only would the friction generate a large amount of heat, it could cause the gears to melt and cause mechanical failure. It could also cause dangerous static electricity due to the accumulation of electrical charges. Chapter 465. The gears were grinding against each other, making a creaking sound. No one was willing to be sucked into it, because when they came out, they would either be crushed into powder or roasted into minced meat. Although the thick cast iron made it difficult to see how hot the gears were, if one stepped on them without any protection, the soles of their feet would definitely be burned. In the beginning, there were a few careless half-orcs who had set an example for others, so no one was willing to repeat their mistakes. They all became cautious and learned to use the hooks nailed into the ceiling to hang the ropes connected to their waists. Then, they used pulleys to slowly move between the gears. The engine room was equipped with pipes for heat dissipation. When cold water flowed in, it absorbed the excess heat and turned into hot water. This ensured that the room was always maintained at a suitable temperature. However, due to the rust in some parts, there would always be some hot water mixed with steam spurting out from the heat dissipation pipes. The engine room was always foggy, hot, and humid. Staying in there was like being in a sauna. The water bags that the half-orcs carried were all empty after 2 hourglasses. Although they were strong, they were close to collapsing at this time. The barrels of lubricant have reached the bottom. In the center of the engine room, ordinary half-orcs could not stay there for long. Whether it was the accumulated heat or the rapidly rotating gears, they could easily kill them. Fortunately, Rock had returned to his stone body, and the stone Zen school monk's lower body was very stable. That was why he could stand next to the engine and observe the reaction of the sword soul demon. His work was done. 2 small barrels of lubricant had been poured into the connecting parts of the engine unit, and so on. Even if the half-orcs were less efficient, they should be nearing the end. Wait a moment, Regis replied. This was the first time his voice was sluggish. The center of this traction city is a little complicated. I'm trying my best to memorize all the structures. This was the unique ability of the sword soul demon. As long as he completely understood the internal structure of any weapon, he could attach himself to it. However, the scale of the new boomtown was too large. The internal structure of this traction city was also very complicated. It took him a lot of effort. Until now, the half-orcs had been working for 2 hourglasses, and Regis had only managed to decipher most of it. In other words, Rock mischievous placed the golden lamp stick in place to ensure that it would not be broken by the spinning gears. I have to buy some time. He stood up straight and aimed for a gap between the intersecting gears. Then, he jumped out of the central gear tooth of the engine room. Moving from one gear to another, the scalding iron was unable to burn the soles of his feet, only making him feel waves of warmth. After completing their assigned tasks, many half-orcs gathered at the alloy gate. It was a little cooler here. Since the law did not punish the majority, they decided to slack off for a while. If it was any other time, Rock would have whipped out his whip to teach these lazy bastards a lesson. However, at this moment, when he saw the group of lazy fellows gathered together, he did not have any intention of reprimanding them. It's all done. Just in time, blazing flames rose from Cronin's body. This was one of the gifts that the sword soul demon had given him on behalf of the Prince of Darkness. Streams of lava formed complex patterns on Cronin's body. He opened his right palm, and a long whip made of lava appeared in his hand. He swung his arm violently. The whip whistled through the air with a sharp hiss. Due to the lubricant that had just been added, the orcs were more or less stained with oil and gave off a sour smell. Any beast man that was hit by the lava whip would immediately turn into human-shaped torches, as if they were sky lanterns that had been lit up. Brothers, let's attack together. He will not spare our lives. Only by killing him can we survive. Some orcs who still had brains immediately shouted and wanted to join forces to kill Rock mischievous. This was indeed their only way to survive, but only if they could kill him. Stone Zen School, paraffin oil technique. He formed a seal with his left hand and pointed at the shouting orcs. Balls of paraffin oil shot out from his fingertips. This Stone Zen School technique was to use paraffin oil to cover the eyes, nose, and mouth of the enemy. Its main purpose was to disrupt the enemy. However, Rock mischievous' body was covered with lava. The paraffin oil balls that shot out were instantly ignited and turned into clusters of flame arrows. As long as they were hit, no matter how the orcs slapped their cheeks, the burning flames could not be extinguished. All of a sudden, all of the orc laborers were terrified and scattered like birds and beasts, trying to escape in all directions in order to find a chance of survival. Stone Zen School, Remnant Rock. Stone Zen School, Rolling Boulder. After shooting out the paraffin oil, Rock, mischievous palm curled up again. He pressed it against the alloy door of the machinery room and summoned a statue out of thin air. Then he curled up his body and turned into a boulder. He quickly rolled and charged forward. Bang! The gold-like statue exploded violently when Rock Mischievous crashed into it. A large hole appeared in the alloy door. The boulder formed by Cronin's stone golem bounced back into the depths of the machinery room due to the shockwave from the explosion. Run! It wasn't just some clever brat who shouted, but all the half-orc laborers ran towards the broken alloy door as if their lives depended on it. Although some of them were not injured, most of the orcs were already set ablaze by the unextinguishable flames. In addition, the orcs had a rather tenacious vitality. They ran like candles for a long time before collapsing. This caused the nearby laborers to panic. Rock Mischievous stood up slowly as he held onto the frame of the alloy door. The explosion just now had caused him some internal injuries. The lava was repairing his body. He sneered as he watched the orcs running away and causing chaos. Stone Zen School, overlapping mountains. He formed a seal with his hands and raised them in front of his chest. Layers of rock walls rose from the ground and sealed the alloy door again. Controlling the chaos and opening the alloy door locked by the rock. Those guys will need some time. Rock Mischievous nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and wanted to check on the progress of the sword, Soulfiend Regis. However, just as he turned around, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Chapter 466. We meet again. Half-Lich Sneyd looked at Rock and greeted him. Seems like you're doing well. His tone was kind, and his attitude was like an old friend. However, due to the time and place of his appearance, Rock was sure that this old friend did not come with good intentions. Without much time to think, Cronin Rock, warrior, monk immediately got into a fighting stance and wanted to attack first. After being defeated by the young blue dragon, Rock realized that he was not as good as the young blue dragon and was afraid of the powerful keys. After being possessed by the brain-devouring ooze and the strange curse of flesh, Half-Lich Sneyd was definitely Rock's nightmare. Therefore, no matter what, he did not want to be captured again, especially in the hands of his nightmare. Stone Zen style, Earth Dungeon none. Following Rock's gesture, the metal floor of the machinery room was suddenly broken by 5 rocks, forming a closed cage. Just as he was about to make the dungeon collapse and compress to severely injure Sneyd, an inexplicable creaking sound came from behind him. It's just an illusion. You really are a stubborn person, the steampunk half-lich said calmly. Knowing that his opponent was a legendary spellcaster, Rock was not surprised by the failure of his sneak attack and was not fooled by his words. Stone Zen style, grasp of geomagnetism. Different from before, he used 2 palms to form a powerful double magnetic field. Due to his previous experience of being experimented on, Rock was quite familiar with Sneyd and knew that he had a mechanical artificial body. After studying the Stone Zen style for a long time, Rock was very sensitive to magnetic fields, so he could observe things through the magnetic field. He found a flaw in the mechanical artificial body. Perhaps it was because of a cognitive blind spot. Sneyd did not apply any anti-magnetic treatment on it. At this moment, Rock decisively took advantage of his opponent's hidden weakness and magnetized the half-lich's mechanical artificial body in an instant. In an instant, Sneyd's movements were shackled and many rivets on his body were distorted. Of course, in order to catalyze the powerful magnetic field, Rock's body was also under great pressure. Therefore, after his attack succeeded, he did not continue to fight. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards the damaged alloy door of the engine room. Just now, he had just used the mountain range to seal up the big hole above, and several layers of rock formed a barrier in front of him. of course, to a Stone Zen school, martial monk master. Rocks were never an obstacle to his progress. Stone Zen style, rock walk. He didn't even need to form any hand seals. All he needed to do was to softly utter a few secret incantations, and the rock crashed into the wall as if it didn't exist. Like a fish leaping into the water, his body sank into the rock wall and quickly passed through to the other side of the door. However, just as his feet touched the ground outside the engine room, a strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit him. The Cronin stone golem would never fall into the state of paralysis, and it rarely had the chance to experience the feeling of dizziness. The sudden discomfort caused Rock Stubborn's brain to stop working. He couldn't help but stagger a little. Damn it! Rock put his hand on his forehead, and he felt something that made him feel uneasy. Didn't this headband disappear? In order to control him, the demi-lich Sneyd personally put on a headband that was enchanted with a powerful spell. Previously, when the Sword Soul Demon Regis removed the effect of the flesh curse on him, the enchanted headband had already disappeared. But for some reason, this thing suddenly appeared on top of his head again, and for the first time, it was being used. Rock's fingers clenched tightly onto the headband's gap, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not take it off. Many rock fragments fell from his fingers and forehead, and they rustled down. Damn spell! He struggled to stand up straight. Since he couldn't take off the headband, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. However, before he could take a few steps, the mountain range on the alloy door behind him that was used to seal up the hole started to change. Under the effect of the stone-to-mud spell, the solid rock walls gradually turned into a molten, wax-like mud that dripped to the ground. Several ghouls with flaming skulls dug through the mud with their sharp claws and crawled out of the engine room. The last two ghouls were carrying Sneyd's mechanical body. Nice trick. You caught me off guard. I have to thank you for allowing me to discover some flaws in the design. Due to the magnetization, there was a problem with the steampunk Demolica's vocal device, and his voice became a little shrill. So, you can't just leave like this. Command! Although Sneyd's body was shackled, as a legendary demi-lich, he didn't need any hand gestures or incantations to cast spells. Casting the command spell was even easier. All he needed was a strong will as a guide, and the words of the law would suddenly take shape. The powerless feeling of being unable to resist made Rock's stone body tremble. The lava patterns on his body seemed to be extinguished. However, he was in awe. It seems that your magic resistance has increased a lot compared to the previous experiment. Is this also a gift from Graz ZT? Sneyd observed Rock for a while and asked after seeing that Rock didn't collapse immediately as though he was discussing an academic question. However, the injured Cronin didn't want to give him a friendly reply. Instead, he wanted to punch and kick Rock again. As Sneyd's bodyguards and servants, the ghouls naturally wouldn't let Rock attack their master. Not only that, but the ghouls were also filled with resentment toward Rock. After all, the raw materials used by the demi-lich to summon them were the charred bones of the orcs who died unjustly. They had long wanted to tear their enemy into pieces. Although Rock was lucky enough to be immune to the awe effect of the law, he was still in a precarious situation. He was wearing an enchanted headband that constantly made him dizzy, and he had to face 7 to 8 fearless ghouls with the help of the demi-lich. One had to know that although ghouls looked similar to skeletons, they weren't low-level undead creatures. After turning into ghouls, they were much stronger than when they were alive, orcs. The danger level was also much higher. I hope there's still time. I've tried my best. Rock fought on because of his hope for the Sword Soul Demon Regis. As long as that guy really did, as he said, and could successfully merge with Traction City, they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. But what Rock didn't know was that Regis was also in big trouble. Regis's previous promise was nothing but empty talk. Regis knew his own situation well. The moment he hit a wall, he knew something was wrong. There's a psionic. As a Marlora demon, the Sword Soul demon was immune to acid, electricity, and fire, as well as some resistance to cold damage. In addition, he had a high resistance ability that was close to physical immunity. Only those who could control psionic energy, including but not limited to psionic warlocks, were the enemies he did not want to meet. Is soul to is. If it was a weaker Marlora, such as an ordinary sleeper, it would be annihilated the moment it touched the psionic wall. And even if Regis was strong, the collision just now was not easy. After all, the creator of the psionic wall was not to be underestimated. Sword Soul Demon. A faint figure appeared next to the golden lamp-burning staff. Is actually a descendant of Graz-Ziti. The psionic ability gave Keyes feedback. He felt a trace of pure evil power. If he guessed correctly, it was the power of darkness. Since things had come to this, there was no need for the young blue dragon to continue to hide. He showed his body. Knowing that the opponent had psionic ability, Regis did not dare to speak rashly. He just kept silent, neither denying nor confirming. The Sword Soul Demon still had some self-awareness, so he did not have the confidence to successfully lie in front of a psionic master. Keyes, who was in human form, did not look old, but he gave Regis, who was facing him, a strong sense of oppression. He even had a bad feeling. If he attacked first, he was afraid that he would immediately be turned into ashes. Regis floated in midair, motionless, and this stalemate was broken by the young blue dragon. Keyes stretched out his palm, and under the effect of the force field, the golden lamp-burning staff suddenly jumped into his hand. Slash, the force spike popped out from his fingertips, and Keyes stroked the staff down, scraping the various arrays embedded in the weapon, destroying the spells attached to it one by one. The Sword Soul Demon did not break the connection with the weapon at this moment, and the cruel damage was also applied to Regis' body. Like a wall that was graffiti by a naughty child, a series of shocking cracks appeared on the illusory body of the Sword Soul Demon. I can't die like this. If I die in the abyss, I will really die. I can only use that array. Damn it! The pain that he had not felt for a long time messed up Regis' mind. He made the final decision when he was still conscious. Summon Tali. Using the last bit of his will, the Sword Soul Demon communicated with the core of the golden lamp-burning staff and activated a hidden array. The function of this formation was very simple. Most of the Tana Re-demons had similar spell-like abilities. However, as a Maloran demon, the Sword Soul Demon did not have the ability to summon demons of the same race to help in battle. This was actually a foreshadowing that six-fingered Graz-Ziti had planted in advance. The Tali he summoned was also specially targeted, and the one who responded to his summon was the Dark Monarch himself. The original plan was that the Sword Soul Demon would only summon Graz-Ziti after successfully possessing Traction City. But now, if Regis did not seek help in advance, a painful death would be a foreseeable outcome. Although he had gone against Graz-Ziti's will, it was probably acceptable for him to suffer more punishment in the face of death, despair, wail, and bear the fear of facing the Dark Monarch. Regis cursed silently in his heart. Keyes also noticed something strange. The golden lamp-burning staff in his hand suddenly escaped, and a strange gray flame ignited in the cage at the top of the staff. As the flame burned brighter and brighter, a tall figure gradually formed, stepping on the golden lamp-burning staff with one foot. Chapter 468. His upper body was enough to put all the bodybuilding champions in the mortal world to shame. His muscles were well-defined, and he did not look bloated at all. His legs were long and powerful, curled like a werewolf's, and his feet were like a bear's or a lion's. Truth be told, compared to most demon lords who looked rather strange, Graz-ZT was indeed an anomaly. At the very least, that was the case in terms of appearance. However, Keyes did not have three views, and although he was young for a megalosaurus, his sexual orientation did not deviate from the norm. Therefore, not only did he not have a good impression of this six-fingered scumbag who was known for his variety and hobbies, he even felt that even looking at this guy would dirty his eyes. Young megalosaurus, submitting to the strong is a kind of wisdom, Graz-ZT said before Keyes could greet him. As one of the three lords of the abyss, the Prince of Darkness's every word contained the effect of law, even if it was just a high-level incarnation. His eyes glowed with a strange yellow light, and any creature he looked at would have to suffer a baptism of fear. If they were not immune, their will would crumble. However, law was not last law, and its effect could not affect the young blue dragon, who had already been beaten up. Submitting to the strong. Keyes mocked. But where is the strong? You're not talking about yourself, are you? Including the tyrant worm and the beast monarch, Keyes had already hammered two demon lords' incarnations to death. Although he did not say this with full confidence, he was not without confidence either. Moreover, this incarnation of Graz-ZT did not seem to want to fight. Otherwise, he would not have used law in the first place. Instead, he would have charged at Keyes with the acid explosion sword. Of course, not wanting to use violence to solve the problem did not mean that Six-Fingered was not angry. In fact, even though he prided himself as the demon lord with the best temper, he could not remain indifferent after hearing Keyes's mockery. The only reason he was still suppressing his emotions was because he was not confident that he could kill this hateful opponent in front of him. Through a powerful prophecy spell, he knew part of the circumstances of the fall of Buffett's avatar, so he was wary of Keyes's strength. At the same time, due to some unpleasant memories of the past, Graz-ZT was once deceived by a witch named Iguelvo, imprisoned for a period of time. It was hard to say whether it was a good time, and had a part of his power stolen. Six-Fingered had become more cautious when interacting with people after that. He rarely created powerful clones to prevent himself from being imprisoned and having his power stolen again. Therefore, Graz-ZT, who appeared in Traction City, was actually like a weak chicken compared to the other two demon lord incarnations that the young blue dragon had faced. He was simply too weak. Keyes's sharp senses allowed him to discover this secret at the first moment, which was why he could retort without any psychological pressure. Overestimating oneself or underestimating others are both typical symptoms of the weak. Your performance coincides with both. You really have a sharp tongue. Graz-ZT was about to retort when he was interrupted by something that happened suddenly. His eyes instantly turned cold, and his hand gripped the hilt of his acid explosion sword. Without any communication, Keyes simply pointed at the sword's sole demon, who was pretending to be invisible. Perhaps it was because he had forcefully activated the magic circle engraved in the golden lampstaff, causing him to be physically and mentally exhausted. Or perhaps it was because he did not complete the mission, so he was worried that he would be cruelly tortured by the demon lord. Since Graz-ZT's arrival, Regis had been silent. However, Keyes did not ignore his existence, nor would he let go of this thief, who had already investigated the internal structure of the New Boom town, even if he had only attempted to commit a crime. Spell Extreme. Internal Explosion Spell. The powerful spell instantly locked onto the target, Just like the spell-like ability of the Baylor demon, the spell version of Internal Explosion spell was also used on the target's internal body, ignoring any defense and harming incorporeal creatures. Regis sensed the changes in his body and desperately tried to escape to where Graz Zt's incarnation was. However, Keyes secretly cast the Soul Assimilation spell while casting the spell. The Sword Soul Demon was in a daze and was filled with confusion. Without the suppression, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in Regis' body, and all traces of his existence were annihilated in an instant. "Are you trying to scare me?" "Ignorant fool, I only wanted to talk to you about cooperation." Graz Zt couldn't help but roar at the sight of his son's sudden death. His hand kept stroking the hilt of his acid explosion sword. Poisonous green liquid continuously dripped from the blade of the heavy sword, corroding the ground of the engine room until it was full of holes. He tapped his feet on the ground and appeared in front of Keyes without using any spells. He only used the advanced displacement cloak. "If I were you, I wouldn't be so impudent in front of my master when I visit." After saying this, the shadow that Keyes had left in place suddenly disappeared, and a secret door appeared on the wall of the engine room. A paladin carrying a forged steel horse-slaying sword, 3 huge ogres, and a subspecies elf holding a scimitar. Keyes' team followed behind the young blue dragon and walked in together. Fortunately, I didn't miss anything. At the same time, the steampunk Demolica's voice came from the alloy gate of the engine room. When everyone arrived at the battlefield, many magic runes appeared on the walls of the machinery room in a split second. Firstly, they could restrict Graz Zt and prevent him from using advanced teleportation. Secondly, they could protect the engine room so that the battle that might happen next would not affect the entire Traction City. The gears that were spinning endlessly in the engine room had all stopped moving at this time. With the shaking caused by the brakes, New Boom Town, which was moving forward quickly, gradually came to a halt. At the same time, more than a dozen black holes appeared on the dome and the ground of the engine room. Bone demons, horned demons, and other flying demons swarmed out of the holes above, ready to pounce at any time. The fully armed, blood-armored demons and barbed demons leaped out of the holes on the ground and quickly formed battle formations. In order to welcome the Dark Prince, the hospitable Keyes had put in a lot of effort. He had prepared more than one surprise. Rats pulled the wooden wedge with Big Head at the back. Chapter 469. The pale green sun had already sunk into the dark mountains on the west side of the valley. The sulfur-colored sunset, mixed with a touch of powder sprinkled to every corner of the acid fog canyon. It was time for the insects to become active. The night was as cold as water. The New Boom Town was parked at the bottom of the valley like a silent graveyard that had been magnified countless times. However, in the engine room, which was the power center of the town, a heated battle was going on. The welcome party for the Dark Prince was in full swing. As the main guest, Graz Zt was very enthusiastic about it. He was the most handsome one in the party. In fact, according to Six Fingers' original plan, he wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. He wanted to come quietly and leave quietly, leaving behind only a bunch of schemes that required others to take the blame for. However, his teammates were not good enough, and he did not allow others to underestimate him. Ever since he deduced that Graz Zt was the mastermind, Keyes and his companions did not dare to let down their guard for even a moment. Thanks to the undead spies all over Traction City, Snade could monitor the operation of the entire city very well. The old goblin, who had been killed by Cronin's stone golem, was one of the many informants who buried the corpses under the labor camp supervisor. Although the corpse-bury men did not have much intelligence, they would strictly carry out the orders of their creator. Every time they worked, they would secretly provide information to the half-steampunk, half-lich. That was why Rock Obstinate killed all of his slaves and used a golden lamp-burning stick to charm the old goblin. His scheme was exposed before they could even return to the slave camp. The reason why the mission about the engine room was issued in the mission hall was that Keyes and his companions had set up a trap. Their goal was to lure out the mastermind and catch him like a turtle in a jar. Without a doubt, the young blue dragon had succeeded. At the last moment, Regis opened a portal, broke through the seal of the Acid Fog Canyon, and summoned Graz-Ziti. This powerful demon lord was now like an insect caught in a spider's web. He had to fight for his life. Of course, Graz-Ziti was not an ordinary insect. Even the toughest spider web could not withstand his powerful pull. Although his handsome appearance was deceiving to a certain extent, Six Fingers' enemies knew very well that this demon lord was an out-and-out war maniac. The blood-armored demons, bone demons, and horned demons weren't able to touch Grazite's sleeves, even though he seemed to be moving at a snail's pace. Six Fingers brandished his acid explosion heavy sword as if he was dancing gracefully, but every time he swung his sword, a devil would fall under his sword. Unable to suppress his desire for battle, the ogre narrow-charged forward with a roar. However, when the ebony spikes clashed with the acid explosion heavy sword, he was sent flying backward, his muscles trembling. If it weren't for his two brothers, the paladin Jensen and the desert elf Brock, Graz-Ziti might have cut Nalu in half. Other than his powerful strength, Six Fingers was also very agile. In this aspect, even Brock, who was as fast as a sandstorm, paled in comparison. In just a few exchanges, his two scimitars were deflected by Graz-Ziti. He had no choice but to retreat and launch a sneak attack using sound spells. The only one who could face Graz-Ziti head-on was Jensen. Although his strength and agility were inferior to his enemy, the paladin's Chongshan holy power was so dense that it was almost tangible. His opponent would find it extremely troublesome and would not dare to come into contact with him. Chongshan, Evil Slash, Enhanced Effect, Phantom Strike. Finding an opportunity, Jensen decisively used the paladin's signature skill. Ferocious Chongshan holy power surged into the forged steel horse-slaying sword and slashed down at Six Fingers' head. On the other hand, Grazite retaliated. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he thrust his acid explosion heavy sword forward, aiming to pierce the holy samurai's throat while his opponent was wide open from the attack. To be honest, this wasn't a brainless way to fight. Six Fingers was very confident in his physique. Even compared to the clone of Buffett, the Tauren King, the clone of the Prince of Darkness, was still better in terms of vitality. That was why he traded his life for injury. Jensen's Evil Slash might have injured him, but with the vitality of his physique, he should be able to recover in 2 or 3 breaths. However, his Phantom Strike would definitely be able to kill the paladin easily. Without the paladin, who was a great counter to demons, the other enemies in the enemy camp would lose a powerful ally. His judgment was basically correct. Unfortunately, most of the time, things didn't go according to one's imagination. Ironheart style, perfect strike. Keyes, who hadn't made a move for a long time, had finished his meditation and was preparing the strongest strike he could make in his human form. This was the strongest attack of the Ironheart style in the 9-sword catalog. As long as he could use it, his opponent wouldn't be able to resist. This was because when he used this move, the masters of the Ironheart style had analyzed and judged all kinds of follow-up possibilities through observation. Therefore, as long as he made a move, it would be a perfect attack, causing the greatest damage to his opponent in the shortest time possible. With Keyes' brain power, he could ensure that the perfect strike would last for about 1/60th of an hourglass after he meditated for 1/60th of an hourglass. Although it didn't sound like a lot of time, in a battle between masters, it was undoubtedly fatal to be attacked for such a long time without being able to fight back. Keyes attacked like a slithering snake, stretching his body to the limit where he could maintain balance. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Graz ZT. He had wanted to trade his life with the Saint Samurai, but he couldn't help but gasp and retreat quickly. This was the beginning of Six Fingers' miscalculation. In the state of perfect strike, Keyes waved the dragon head warhammer in his hand. The ferocious dragon had elongated in the blink of an eye and directly hit Graz ZT's right hand that was holding the sword. The animated dragon head bit the evil demon lord's thumb, causing the strength of his heavy sword to weaken a lot. Ironheart style disarm attack. Keyes pretended to press the hammer down, and then suddenly raised it up. Acid explosion was taken away from Graz ZT's hand by Keyes. After losing his weapon, Six Fingers didn't panic. He just retreated a little faster. When he retreated to a safe distance, he could summon acid explosion back to his hand at any time with a simple spell. However, his reaction was still within the calculation of perfect strike, and Keyes immediately followed up with another combo. Ironheart style, blood rain throw. Using the unique footwork of the Ironheart style to drive the force, Keyes threw the dragon head warhammer at lightning speed. Graz ZT wanted to teleport or use the advanced displacement cloak, but he was stopped by the magic runes in the engine room. He wanted to block it with his arm, but at the last moment, he had an epiphany and used his spell-like ability to summon a demon to take the terrible blow for him. The Glabrizu that had just responded to the demon lord's summons was hit by the dragon head warhammer. Bang! The Glabrizu turned into a rain of blood. Chapter 470. The attack was still ongoing. In fact, Keyes had already thought about it. He would not stop his perfect strike for 1/60th of an hourglass. After all, there were not many tools that could withstand his attacks and test his mastery of the nine swords. Coincidentally, Graz ZT was one of them. Perfect battle technique. Saint Samurai Jensen commented. He put down the forged steel horse-slaying sword in his hand and retreated to the side of the three ogre brothers with the desert elf to enjoy the battle. In the entire engine room, apart from Keyes and Graz ZT, only Sneyd, who was commanding the army, was still active. Blood-armored demons, barbed demons, set up a circular formation. Bone demons prepare to attack. Horned demons get into position. With the steampunk Demolika's arrangement, the Legion of Devils, who had received Keyes' instructions, quickly and strictly carried out the order. The temptation of killing the Demon Lord had undoubtedly stimulated all their fighting spirit. At this moment, the Legion of Devils were all raging with fighting spirit, especially the blood-armored demons. If not for Sneyd restraining them, they would have swarmed up to challenge Six-Finger Graz ZT. These Batsu devil hated the Venari demons to the bone. Even death could not scare them away. And Keyes once again faced the demon lord alone, previously when he fought with Buffett, which gained their approval. Congratulations to Lord Keyes. Some passionate blood-armored demon began to chant in the infernal language. More and more demons joined in. Cruel words flowed endlessly, forming an evil ode. They praised Keyes' martial arts and cursed Graz ZT, who was his enemy. In this fanatical atmosphere, two blood-armored demons stood out and naturally evolved into blood-armored berserk demons. They took the initiative to leave the formation and circled to the rear of the Demon Lord's field of vision, ready to launch a fatal sneak attack at any time. However, at this moment, Keyes could not be distracted at all. His heart was as firm as stone. Keyes made full use of the perfect strike. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he wouldn't let Graz ZT off easy. Tail plucking, overturning smash, Arhut knock, thousand waves, sweeping gale, twilight drum, The continuous hammering did not give Six Fingers the chance to recall his weapon. He could only dash left and block with all his might. Graziti, whose forearm was numb from the impact and his muscles were sore all over, was very depressed at this moment. Quitha's strength was not weaker than his, but he was slightly inferior in terms of agility. However, Graziti, who had taken the perfect hit, could not gain the advantage in speed. He thought he had dodged the attack, but in the next moment there would be an unavoidable attack waiting for him. Keisa's movements were as smooth as flowing water, while Graziti groaned inwardly as if he had eaten a bitter pill. The mithril armor on Six Fingers' forearms was already full of holes because it could not withstand the continuous attacks. It could not protect his arms at all. Helplessly, he could only try his best to avoid hitting his vitals and use the thicker parts of his body to take the hits. Although he was fine for now, Graziti's lost face was enough to fill the deepest ravine of the acid fog canyon. Enough! I'm a demon lord. Six Fingers, whose face was covered in bruises, roared loudly. Another weak one. Keys, who missed his target with the shadow hammer, mocked. Another demon, lord, so weak that it's almost non-existent. Graziti's expression changed from design ash to pot-bottom black. I'll make you pay. Evil abode, blood sacrifice tower. This was originally a spell used by an underworld creature or a follower of an evil god to create a residence or a temple, but when a powerful demon lord used this spell, the effect was naturally different. Graziti ruled Asgrate, which was the name of the 45th, 46th, and 47th floors of the bottomless abyss. The famous Silver Palace, which was Six Fingers' residence, ran through 3 planes. The Silver Palace was made of white stones from Mountain Paradise. It was said that in order to obtain construction materials, he once tricked an entire city of astral apostles into digging white stones for him in the mines. In the end, he secretly transported the stones to the bottomless abyss. Within the Silver Palace, there were as many as 66 ivory towers. Each of them had their own functions. At the cost of not being able to use the evil abode again for a year and losing one of the ivory towers in the Silver Palace, Graziti could instantly project one of the towers in front of him. Of course, the greater the distance between dimensions, the greater the loss of the ivory tower's mass. In order to break through the barrier that Stim had set up in the acid fog canyon, Graziti's blood sacrifice tower lost all of its materials. However, the ivory tower summoned in such a way was not entirely useless. The rules contained in the Tower of Blood Sacrifice and the subordinates of the Six Fingers who lived in it would not be affected by the loss of quality. The runes that Keys and Snade worked together to set up disintegrated in an instant. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the engine room were immediately covered in thick blood. A chilling monster's roar came from behind the stopped gears. Bah! Graziti was hit in the face for summoning the ivory tower, and he spat out a broken tooth mixed with blood and phlegm. Welcome to the Blood Sacrifice Tower. Enjoy the last journey of your life. I will quietly watch the beautiful sight of the blood fountain. After saying that, Graziti laid down in the pool of blood and sank into it, never to be seen again. Keys and his companions, along with the Legion of Devils, floated in the air, vigilant of their surroundings. Snade, hurry up and break the spell. The rest of you, be careful. We are still in Traction City. We only need to, A miserable howl came from the corner of the engine room. Everyone looked in the direction of the howl and saw an axeman with barbed hooks hanging on the wall. His body had turned into a thin layer of skin. Blood-sucking, a sharp-eyed, blood-armored demon saw something because he was standing closest to the first victim. However, just as he was about to shout out what he saw, a gust of bloody wind blew past. and took his head. It's the spell of the Blood Clan. Sneyd recognized something. Everyone, be careful. It might be a legendary-level vampire. Many people, including Keyes, believed that a Demolic could recognize a vampire. After all, both of them were undead creatures. Chapter 471. Vampires? Ha! The viscous blood surged, and a huge snake head condensed from it. It opened its mouth and roared. Keyes couldn't help but frown, although it had a strong guttural sound. Like sticky phlegm stuck in the throat, this sentence was indeed spoken in the Draconic language. The spoken form of the Draconic language sounded harsh. It contained many hard consonants and fricatives, as well as subtle audio changes. In terms of writing, it borrowed the runes of the dwarves and the words of the elemental language. Many knowledgeable people were familiar with this language. However, in terms of spoken expression, so far, scholars believed that only the vocal structure of the Megalosaurus could perfectly control this language. Reptilian races such as the kobolds, lizardmen, and battle lizardmen also claimed to speak the Draconic language, but the meaning of their words was actually very simple. Therefore, when Keyes heard the authentic Draconic language, even if it had a strong accent, he immediately guessed the race of the other party. It's not a vampire. It's very likely a vampire dragon, or a hybrid between a green dragon and a red dragon. Through the psionic ability, Keyes projected his discovery to the minds of his companions so that they wouldn't let down their guard. After receiving his message, the others might not pay much attention to it, but Sneyd immediately became extremely vigilant. As a half-lich, Sneyd had a reserve of knowledge that ordinary people couldn't reach. He knew what a vampire dragon was. It wasn't an undead creature that ordinary vampires could transform into. Only the dread overlord living in the Raven Pavilion's infernal realm, Castle, Stored Foamzelvik, the true ancestor of the vampires, could create a vampire dragon. Sneyd didn't want to know about the Raven Pavilion's infernal realm, let alone go there. He didn't know that entering the Raven Pavilion was passive. Although the dread overlords weren't particularly powerful, the source of fear they used was extremely strange and evil, due to the influence of the twin snakes of order. In other places in the multiverse, even in the bottomless abyss and the chaos sea, the weak defeating the strong, and the weak defeating the strong were rare events. However, in the Raven Pavilion's infernal realm, such things seemed to happen at any time, as long as it could attract the attention of the source of fear. It was said that many gods who didn't believe in heresy had formed groups to go to the Crow Pavilion's infernal realm, but in the end, only a few returned. Later on, not only did they all keep the Crow Pavilion's demon realm a secret, they even mobilized their followers to block any news about that world. The reason why legends about Crow Pavilion Castle were still circulating in the multiverse was that the Dreadlords had created creations similar to vampire dragons. There were definitely not many of them, and deployed them in every corner of the multiverse. The purpose of the Terror Lord's actions was to leave a seed of his memories in the multiverse, bathed in the origin power of fear. Even if they didn't need to continuously collect the fear of mortals, they still had to make some mortals remember them. Six-fingered Grazite's ability to control a vampire dragon was somewhat out of Sneyd's expectations. After all, logically speaking, they shouldn't be controlled by anyone other than Stode, and it was impossible for the Dread Overlord to cooperate with anyone outside of the Crow Pavilion. Then, the only remaining possibility was that Grazite had used his powerful strength to remove the Terror Lord's control over the vampire dragon and made it one of his subordinates. Sneyd's speculation was actually close to the truth. The Dark Prince had indeed used the Ivory Tower to erase the influence of the Crow Pavilion's demon realm on the vampire dragon through continuous blood sacrifice ceremonies. The reason why he did so was because he was very optimistic about the potential of this undead creature. For example, in the unsuccessful away battle this time, the strength of his clone was relatively weak, and thus suffered a great loss. Instead of forcing himself to fight head-on, it was better to summon the vampire dragon to clear the battlefield. Back then, a large amount of resources had been invested in the construction of the Blood Sacrifice Tower, and it would be a real waste if it wasn't used as a decoration. Fine steel was always used to make sharp blades. If the vampire dragon failed, it would only be a loss of the investment in the past for Graz ZT. If it succeeded, he would obtain a mobile Bator fortress. This isn't a loss. Hiding in a special space deep in the blood, the demon lord comforted himself. He pressed his fingers against his cheek, which was still aching because he had taken a few hits from the dragon head warhammer. I smell the scent of a megalosaurus. Oh, it's a young fellow of the same race that makes me jealous, the vampire dragon said again. Logically speaking, since Keyes had obtained the power of a dragon, his body odor had completely disappeared. The other megalosaurus that he had encountered before, no matter how sensitive their sense of smell, was they couldn't use their pheromones to determine his age. However, the vampire dragon was obviously not one of them. This type of undead megalosaurus had unique sensory organs. The medium that they used to smell wasn't pheromones, but a kind of intuition that couldn't be described with words. For creatures of other races, this ability had the possibility of failure, but for the various species of megalosaurus, the vampire dragon had an amazingly accurate intuition. They were filled with deep jealousy of the living megalosaurus. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will give you a new life. For example, a zombie dragon is very good. A vicious curse came from the vampire dragon's mouth. On its smooth snake-shaped head, scarlet blood flowed strangely. The so-called zombie dragon was actually a type of undead megalosaurus that was even more miserable than the vampire dragon. That kind of thing didn't have any wisdom at all. It was conceivable how angry Keyes was at this time. The evil guest who came to the door dared to talk nonsense to the master. If he didn't teach him an unforgettable lesson, Keyes would feel really sorry. Spell maximum, whirlpool water drawing technique. The blue dragon was able to master, make water, and foul water when it was still a dragon whelp. By combining these spell-like abilities with his metamagic specialty, Quest had created a new and powerful spell. It could quickly absorb water from the surrounding environment and condense it into a large amount of clean water. The reason why he developed this spell was originally to facilitate the establishment of a colonial stronghold in the island world, but now it had become a sharp blade to attack the vampire dragon. The biggest component of blood was water. The engine room was already full of blood plasma, which was just right for the whirlpool water drawing technique to play its role. Like a turbocharged water pump with full horsepower, the water inside the blood plasma was quickly stripped away. First it became water vapor, then it was attracted by the spell and gathered together. After losing water, a large amount of blood plasma turned into blood scabs. The dark red blood dust covered the engine room with a layer of mottled blood. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. I've created a discussion group, 618382262 for Scales of Eternity, and welcome everyone to join in the discussion, especially the newbies who didn't know how to manage their works. Seeing that many works of their predecessors were included in the book list and promoted to each other, they were really a little jealous. They hoped that the readers who were familiar with this field could help to clear their doubts. Thanks for the newbies. Chapter 472. The whirlpool water drawing spell severely injured the vampire dragon, but it could not kill it completely. At least, It was impossible to kill it with just this one move. However, because the blood had turned into blood scabs, many of the treasures that the vampire dragon had kept in its nest were exposed. Enchanted armor, magic staffs, magic rings, gold coins. These things were scattered and mixed in the dust-like blood scabs. And because it lost the nourishment of the blood power spell lost its effect, and these enchanted items were more or less damaged. The vampire dragon was so distressed that it almost went crazy. That was the driving force behind its nest. It was the wealth that it had accumulated over the years, the precious wealth that it had obtained from Graz CT. Bastard. Although the vampire dragon wanted to continue spouting nonsense, once Keys started attacking, he would not give it the chance to open its mouth. With a thought, the young blue dragon used Commander Bartho's ability to order the blood-armored berserk demon to attack. Keys had just noticed that 2 blood-armored berserk demons had transformed into blood-armored berserk demons, and it seemed that they wanted to ambush Graz CT. But now that the demon lord was hiding, he could only let the blood-armored berserk demons fight the vampire dragon head-on. Compared to the ordinary blood-armored berserk demons, their bodies were more muscular and their reaction and movement speed were much faster. They held the purgatory spears that were densely covered in spikes and flew in the air, circling around the vampire dragon's snake head that was poking out blood. Perhaps because they had evolved from blood-armored berserk demons, they could use some powerful joint attacks without a teacher. For example, plow blade dance. 2 identical purgatory spears were used by the user with the same strength, but they were slashing at the target from opposite directions. If it succeeded, even if the vampire dragon's neck was made of iron, it would be twisted in an instant, let alone a mere body of flesh and blood. The purgatory fire on the tip of the spear burned brightly, adding to the power of this powerful move. However, just as the purgatory spears were about to touch the vampire dragon's neck, the huge snake head suddenly turned into a mass of weapons. Their weapons missed their target. The 2 blood-armored berserk demons were unable to stop in time and suffered a fatal counterattack. When creating the vampire dragon, the Dread Lord had spent a lot of effort to let this undead creature retain most of its abilities when it was alive. Without any warning, a dragon head suddenly formed beside a blood-armored berserk demon. It opened its mouth and spat out blazing flames. As a member of the Batsa Devil, the blood-armored berserk demon was naturally immune to fire. The raging flames could not make him retreat. However, the vampiric dragon's breath was a little strange. There was something even more terrifying hidden in its breath. The forked tongue was covered by the flames and shot out silently, hitting the blood-armored berserk demon who was about to swing his spear. Pooh! The purgatory plate armor on the blood-armored berserk demon's body did not provide any effective protection against the sharp tongue. After being pierced by the vampiric dragon's tongue, the blood-armored mad demon was just about to retreat when he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It turned out that on the tip of this undead creature's tongue, there was an anesthetic that was enough to knock out more than 1 megalosaurus. This physiological structure was completely to make the victim resistant to physical attacks so that the vampiric dragon could draw the victim's blood. Gulyalu. In the engine room, there was a sudden unsettling sound. The long tongue was sucking the Batsa Devil's blood. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the muscles on the blood-armored mad demon's body shriveled up, and its blood-soaked skin gradually turned greenish-white. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The commander of the blood-armored mad demon unit seized the opportunity and ordered loudly. Logically speaking, vampires and their descendants did not have the ability to protect themselves when they were sucking blood. Unless they could give up on sucking blood, the vampiric dragon could not do anything at this moment. This included turning into mist again, to avoid the attack. Hee, competing in numbers? The vampiric dragon glanced at the demons rushing toward it, not only the blood-armored mad demons, but also the bone demons, horned demons, and other winged demons, and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Suddenly, one of its fangs shot out and hit the blood-armored mad demon, who had been drained of more than half of its blood. The sharp teeth pierced through the blood-armored mad demon's chest, and the tip of the fangs drilled a terrifying bloody hole in its back. Then, the vampiric dragon retracted its tongue without thinking and turned its evil gaze to the other blood-armored mad demon. Create vampire spawn. Dragon Tooth Soldier. As the short incantation was recited, the tooth that the vampiric dragon had driven to fall off instantly exploded on the blood-armored mad demon's chest. The Devil's strong flesh was torn apart and minced. Then, under the drive of some kind of force, it was kneaded into a ball. A humanoid creature suddenly broke out of the cocoon of minced flesh and immediately intercepted the Devil, who was about to attack the vampiric dragon. Its height was about the same as that of a normal human, but its skin was a color between dark brown and rusty red. The vampiric dragon developed this brand new spell by combining its ability to summon dragon tooth soldiers and the ability to create vampire spawn. The skin of this vampire dragon tooth soldier was the tooth enamel of the megalosaurus, and the inside of its body was a drop of the vampiric dragon's blood derivative. As long as the sharp claws of the vampiric dragon tooth soldier pierced the opponent, it would gradually strengthen or repair itself by sucking blood. It was like being born with the vampiric touch. It was very difficult to deal with, and if one was not careful, one would suffer a great loss. The centaur at the front had its wrist scratched because of a moment of carelessness. When it broke free, it almost died from excessive bleeding. Moreover, it seemed that the vampiric dragon had used some kind of secret method. Every time the vampiric dragon lost a tooth, it would not take long for it to regrow. He kept urging his teeth to fall off, and in a short time, he gathered a large group of vampiric dragon tooth soldiers. Of course, the vampiric dragon tooth soldiers that appeared one after another did not grow in the flesh of the Devil, so they did not perform as well as the first vampiric dragon tooth soldier. But the advantage was that it was easy to create, and they could win with numbers. This vampiric dragon's speed of creating vampiric dragon tooth soldiers is almost on par with the necromancer's ability to summon undead creatures. This is most likely his trump card. Looking at the vampiric dragon who was fighting the legion of devils with the vampiric dragon tooth soldiers, Half-Lich Snade analyzed. One of them, the young blue dragon, added. Keyes did not believe that the vampiric dragon tooth soldier only had this much ability. Although the vampiric dragon tooth soldiers looked stunning, they could not be compared to the organized Batsa Legion. If this was all he had, then it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He would not forget that the moment the vampiric dragon appeared, it said that it would turn him into a zombie dragon. Could it be that it was bragging? It's better to be safe than sorry. Keyes said in his heart, I can't delay any longer. Moreover, there is still Graz ZT hidden somewhere that has not been dealt with yet. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. Thank you to Shoutang246, Fong Kojiro, and other big shots for your tips. Your support is the motivation for this newbie author to persevere. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262 and welcome everyone to join in the discussion. I don't know how to manage my works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I am a little jealous. I hope that the big shots who are familiar with this field can help me clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 473. In a secret room somewhere in the Tower of Blood Sacrifice, A screen made of blood projected the entire situation in the engine room. Graz-ZT tapped his fingers and fell into deep thought as he reclined on a sofa made of nightmare leather. The vampire dragon, Traction City, the mysterious new god, and the unexpected disruptor. He murmured softly, "Just now, the main body in the Silver Palace had sent a message. Six Fingers' old opponent had once again arrived at the Acid Fog Canyon. The old opponent was none other than the Tauren King, whose avatar keys had killed Buffett. Of course, Graz-ZT did not know the cause of the Beast Lord's avatar's death. He was more interested in how it had come. It must be noted that in order to send his incarnation to this place, Six Fingers had sacrificed the lives of two of his descendants who had great prospects. As far as he knew, the Beast Lord had not only sent an avatar, but he had also brought an army to the Shattered Canyon. Even if Graz-ZT suspected that Buffett had made a secret deal with the dwarf god, he should have paid a high price. After all, the reason why Stim was able to seal off the Acid Fog Canyon was most likely because he had some strange item related to fate. Generally speaking, the price of using this kind of magic item was very high. If one wanted to open a back door, they would have to pay a lot. Although he did not have a clue, he still felt that Buffett's action was definitely not as simple as just getting back at him. There must be something fishy here, Graz-ZT thought with certainty. The plan has to be changed. What a pity. As he was thinking, a horn cup suddenly appeared in his hand. It was filled with an alcoholic drink the color of blood. After drinking the wine fermented from the blood of Kiru Demon's heart, his face twisted unnaturally for a moment, then returned to normal. At the same time, the vampire dragon's situation in the engine room of the New Boom Town, which was covered by the rules of the Tower of Blood Sacrifice, had become precarious. Ding! The low-spec version of the giant battering ram has been exchanged. 30 gold coins have been consumed. Flag bearer, please check. Ding! The low-spec version of the giant battering ram has been exchanged. 30 gold coins have been consumed. Flag bearer, please check. Ding! The low-spec version of the giant battering cart has been exchanged. Cost 30 gold coins. Flag holder, please check. The familiar notification rang in Keys's ears 3 times in a row. He once again spent some gold coins on Stim's exchange list. However, if other commanders saw what he had exchanged, they would most likely think that Keys was a complete prodigal. The so-called low-spec giant battering ram was actually a battering ram set up on a flatbed cart. The ram was not encased in metal, nor did it have an enchanted hub to provide additional driving force. Even the wheels of the flatbed cart had edges and corners. Most of the items that were exchanged from the list were of the same quality. They were all unbranded products that cost a lot of money. Keys did not have the habit of being a sucker. He did not redeem these chariots because he needed to break through the city walls. The reason why he was willing to spend gold coins to exchange for it was because he had his eyes on the ram that was made of bramble wood. It was big enough, thick enough, and most importantly, it was a piece of wood. It was the most suitable equipment to deal with the vampire dragon. As everyone knew, there were 3 things that could harm vampires: sunlight, water, and wooden stakes, not garlic and mirrors. Sunlight could cause them to become sluggish and weak. Other than some people who were passionate about sex, other vampires that were killed under sunlight had no possibility of resurrection. Water could injure vampires. If they were completely soaked in water, it had to be completely soaked. They would be damaged by acid just like humans who were soaked in strong acid. As for the wooden stakes, they were the best weapon to seal vampires. As long as the wooden stakes were nailed into the vampire's heart, the undead creature's ability to move would be stagnant, and it would be easier for it to be injured. Although vampire dragons were not as weak as normal vampires, they were not afraid of sunlight and water. Vampire dragons that were transformed from white dragons, black dragons, or bronze dragons were not afraid at all. However, wooden stakes were different. The wooden stakes could still restrain the vampire dragon. Of course, there were two prerequisites. The vampire dragon's body could not be too big, and the wooden stakes could not be too small. The thorny wooden ram of the low-spec giant battering ram met the requirements and was very suitable for nailing the vampire dragon to death. As for why he exchanged 3 batches at once, well, it was because he had taken into account Graziti's habit of 3 for everything. It was better to be prepared. Dismantle the useless parts, Keyes ordered loudly. Find the enemy's heart and nail a thick wooden stake into it. With the command of their commander, other than the legion of devils that were fighting against the vampire dragon, the rest of the Batsu gathered around the battering ram. The battering ram that he obtained from the exchange list was low spec, but its size definitely fit the description of huge. Just the wheels on the base of the battering ram alone were as long as 5 to 6 barb devils connected head to tail. Keyes was responsible for dismantling one. The 3 ogre brothers, Jensen and Brock, were responsible for dismantling another one, and the remaining one was handed over to the barb devils to use their weapons to dismantle. 2 to 3 barb devils worked together and swung their serrated swords to cut the chain that connected the ram to the base of the battering ram. Sparks flew everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. After a lot of effort, the thorny wood was finally dismantled and could be used as wooden stakes. Snader! After making all the preparations, Keyes immediately communicated with the steampunk Demolik through his psionic ability. They had discussed the secret signal before. Snader, who had been observing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly had a handful of golden bone powder in his hand. This was his spell-casting material. Spell Maximum, Advanced Dominate Monster. Spell Upgrade, Summon Death-Eye Tyrant. The bone powder in Snader's hand scattered, leaving only a floating head that quickly grew into a huge deformed creature. This strange and ugly creature opened a single eye, and 9 twisted eye stalks sprouted from its floating body. As the spell finally took shape, the deformed monster gradually weathered and dried up. All the eye stalks disappeared, leaving only a bare skeleton. The 9 light spots floating around its body, along with the sinister radiance of the skeleton's single eye, made it clear what this creature was. It was the Death-Eye Tyrant. Due to its gender disadvantage, it was unable to evolve into the great matriarch of the Beholder demons. In the end, it was a Beholder undead that was reborn from death. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have created a Scales of Eternity discussion group, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.